Hello and welcome to the Law Patrol, proudly presented by Glazed Legal. On this channel, we take a look at all things legal and lawful as they happen in Australia and around the world. We review concepts, cases, and just generally shoot the breeze. Whilst we don't give advice, we can answer some questions and hopefully at least point you in the right direction. As we cover everything legal and don't shy away from the hard topics, we may occasionally cover themes or discussions that some may find disturbing or distasteful. So if necessary, make yourself a cup of concrete, put on your big kid pants and pull up a chair. If you have any questions or comments about anything we discuss, please don't hesitate to reach out by email at info@glazedlegal.com.au. Follow us on Facebook and remember to hit the like and subscribe buttons. Now, let's get into it. And good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to this episode of the Law Patrol. In today's news, Elon Musk has terminated the Twitter deal. Australian sexperts are asserting that humans aren't made to be monogamous. New South Wales rail workers have had a big win, and the AFP have seized $150 million worth of cocaine. Hello, Sinbad. How are we doing? Short order cooks in the house. And, as is SG. Damn, regulars are filling up. And hello to Mr. Kiwi.
Yeah, hello.
How we doing?
Just getting smushy. I've got audio files coming from everywhere.
Fair enough.
I may have been listening to some very bad karaoke, and I had a Hunley video open, and I had some sound bites open, and I was in a voice call, and your intro was going, and I couldn't hear shit.
Well, speaking of very bad karaoke, I have a present for you.
No, you fucking don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you fucking don't.
I give you Jimmy Barnes' Working Class Man by the Law Patrol, with no music, no lyrics, and no dignity.
Yes, you fucking do.
Oh, fuck, it's buffering. This is going to kill me. Working hard to make a living. Bringing shelter from this rain. A father, son, left to carry on. Blue denim in it. Hang on. Fuck me sideways. If I'm going to make a fool of myself, I'm not going to do it while buffering. Why is this being such a pain in the ass? Google Chrome is currently using 4400 worth of RAM. Fuck's sake. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll close all the other tabs and just bring it back to that. Oh, for fuck's sake.
And you're still doing better than I did.
Oh, the fucking thing's frozen entirely now.
Look at that face. You look like an angry fucker, man. You're like, I don't fucking want to sing this, but I'm gonna. Bro, you look like a piranha. Like
Piranha.
Piranha.
Oh man, I can't understand why my entire computer's just packed up. My computer does not want me showing this video.
It's telling you something, man.
What? Oh, the computer's telling me something. Okay, there we go. The RAM's coming down, thankfully. All right, let's try this.
We're off to a cracking start, folks. Yeah, you do. You look like you're taking a shit, like Phil said. Cracking an amber. No, the amber just plooped out. Now you're very proud of it.
Working hard to make a living. Bringing shit from this rain. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what? I'm just thinking that I might just... Oh. Okay.
Just upload it to YouTube so we can watch it there.
That's actually a very good idea. I will remove this, upload it to YouTube so that I can just stream it directly and it's not uploading at the same time. All right, hang on. All right, are you able to vamp for like 30 seconds? I'm going to have to restart Chrome. This thing is tracking an absolute shit fist.
Now, folks, we see the Hayden in its natural environment. We mustn't startle it, or it'll attempt to make horrible noises. But the problem with the Hayden is that it has stunted vocal cords and a vicious underbite. And when it tries to sing, you'll find that in rare occasions in real life, you actually come across what is called the buffering squawk. I don't have any more monologue. I think I carried that on about as far as I could. Where the fuck is he gone? Why the fuck does he do this to me? Where the fuck are ya? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, and in other news, Hayden is a giant fucking wobbling twat that can suck my llama bean. See, llama bean. Llama bean says g'day. Oh my god, he said like 2 seconds. But if we do go back to the wild Hayden in its natural habitat, you'll find certain things about it that are just mysterious to all who encounter it. For example, the wild Hayden, with an abundant source of water available to it, will still choose to drink Foster's. And if you try to give it food, it won't matter if it's grass, hay, or even the freshest berries off a tree. The Hayden will turn you down at every corner and instead find its way back to the shrimp on the barbie. And after the Hayden has filled himself up with overcooked, blackened, burnt shrimp, because Aussies don't know how to barbie, and Foster's beer, you'll find the Hayden curled up on the couch, sound asleep in what we call the Kumi's cuddle. Oh, fuck, he's back. Fuck.
Oh, well, that's off to a
Carry
start.
on.
Yeah, clearly, at least until the end of the stream, and I can go back anyway. All right. Long story short,
no. You said you had a rule about never viewing your streams after they're up, so I reckon you stick with that. I value our friendship, and
fair enough.
David Attenborough came nowhere near the stream.
Sinbad, short order cooks in the house, as is SG. Misconstrued. Hello, Star. Oh, we've got a very full house. Look at this. Dan the security man. Night off after 6 nights straight at work. Sri Lankan president fled the country and left his resignation. I did see that. Canada can now use debit cards after 12 to 15 hours of being shut down. Yes, I did see various tweets of people having to pay for other people's groceries because the debit system was down. So, you know, at least there were people out there that were paying it forward. So someone's probably been fucking listening. I've been up for 30 hours. Was headed to bed after Akada's 7-hour stream, but now I'm wide awake. Sorry, Sinbad. I gave Nick a little bit of a blasting, if I'm going to be honest, because, you know, I did send him a message. If he had been able to hold out for another 30 minutes, he could have redirected like 4,500 people here.
Oh, I tell you what, you could summarize. I'd say it's fairly safe to summarize Rikaida's stream in 4 words.
Oh, Phil, Jesus. No thanks. You keep them.
I would say that it was unbreaded, binged, booze, and blondes.
That's a good point. Hey, Lily. Natural Hayden in its habitat.
Wait, what? What's a natural Hayden in its habitat? I don't know what the fuck they're talking
Phil
about.
said, "Lol." Oh, of course not. It's got nothing to do with your David Attenborough impersonation that I was listening to for a good 20 seconds before I came back.
No, that wasn't me. You must have been. What? Did you have another page open? Wilderness Channel.
I'll not sleep now, wide awake. Blair Witch. Yikes! What the hell were you talking about with the Blair Witch? That I missed.
There was no witch. There was no Edinburgh. There was no. I just sat here and read a weather report. Honestly.
Oh, I'm so sure. The wild Hayden drinking Foster's in its natural habitat. Only if there was no recycled urine around, I suppose. There are many things I would drink before I put a bottle of Foster's to my lips.
Well, I was going to tell them about the mating habits of the wild Hayden.
I'm glad you didn't, because
he gets sloppy drunk, crawls into a canoe, and fucks close to water.
Keep in mind. Try and keep in mind that some of
screaming out, "I'm a juggernaut, bitch!"
Please try and keep in mind that some of Lady Law Patrol's co-workers watch this stream during work hours.
And they have heard way worse than that.
I watched Emily D. Baker and Runkle, Rick, and Rob. Would Daddy stack? Busted, damn it, now he knows. Yeah, no shit, I know. Unbloomed. I told you, keep it to yourself, Phil. Dutch children are now marching out for the farmers. Interesting, okay. I'm lagging about 2 seconds, am I?
Dude, you know, it's funny. I've been waiting like 6 fucking weeks worth of streams for someone to finally compare me to Muttley. You know how much shit I used to cop every time Dick Dastardly came on TV?
Hang on.
What was that noise?
I got no clue. Phil says, I swear I'm putting one of those frozen Hayden faces on the Juggernaut character. Oh dear.
I may or may not have arranged for a wee present to arrive.
A wee present to arrive.
Well, there's many custom things you can order from China. And I may or may not have ordered you a set of fucking condoms. There's 6 condoms and each one has a different animal head attached to the end of it. There's a kangaroo for if you feel like hopping in. There's an emu if you feel like going to war with a local Aussie. There's a koala for dropping by. And there's a juggernaut helmet for if you feel like actually pounding some flesh.
Oh, Jesus.
And I'm not going to tell you what the other 2 are.
Phil says, do not let the kids get the mail. Daddy finger puppets. Oh, show and tell at school.
Okay, I'll give away one of the last 2. One of them has a little piggy face on it for if you feel like getting slippery and wet.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Alright, where am I? what are you doing to me? Like, don't get me wrong, that's fucking hilarious, but still. With my luck, it'll be the wife that opens the mail.
Wait, I just gotta double check. Ooh, that could be bad. I did find 2 addresses. Nah, it can't be your old man's address. I'm sure it's not. It'll be fine. Carry on.
That shit is just spooky. Like I said, very Blair Witch. Oh my gosh. After Farron at Legal Vice's chat last night, I'm still hearing of sex toys and condoms. Yeah, sorry about that, Misconstrued, honestly. But watching Farron and Legal Vices on fucking Rick Gator's stream today as well. Oh my god. She got... Oh, that was close. I was going to say something that I was going to regret then. She got really screwed over by Nick making her start reading that unbreaded. That was fucking hilarious. He made them take turns to reading the unbreaded page. I don't know if you saw it, but she copped it straight off the bat. Like, she didn't realize that there were words in the first sentence that had not ordinarily had words changed, so she didn't know what to say.
Yeah.
With Law's luck, that will happen. Probably. We're hoping, or the mailman drops them off next door. I ain't going looking for them. Sending to the pastor's house. Farron doing unbreaded in her anchor voice was gold. Yes, it was. All right. I do want to wait and see whether or not Crystal shows up before we move on to the New South Wales Trains in their major win. I do want to say congratulations to her personally. So
I think we made a Reyes bleed earlier. She was in Scott's stream and she goes, "Oh, I've just come into the stream. Why are we?" And there's just bad singing. Why? You could actually hear the pain in the text.
So we'll start out with New South Wales Police, Australian Federal Police, and the Australian Border Force seized $150 million worth of cocaine and meth. Presumably, this was a shipment destined for Amber if she ever came back. Oh, that fucking video. I always forget that. Police say they uncovered $150 million worth of cocaine and ice hidden inside machinery aboard a shipping container that arrived in Sydney from the United States. Wonder if someone failed to declare it. New South Wales Police said 2 men aged 21 and 22 were arrested last Saturday at a Preston's business as they tried to access the shipment with an angle grinder after police delivered it to the business and put it under surveillance. See, I told you. They let things in and they catch you when you go to pick it up.
Oh, yeah, it's much easier to declare your drugs.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You might as well just make sure everyone knows all about it.
Well, then at least they were charged with the opportunity to bribe them. Well, it's fair call. You rock up to the airport with your 50 kilo of cocaine and you look squarely in the eye of your border patrol guard and you say, "I'd like to declare that I have some cocaine." And when he opens the bag and sees 50 kilo of cocaine, he'll go, "Are you serious?" And I said, "Yeah, I'd like to declare 25 kilo of cocaine." Wink.
Star says, Hayden, I heard that the Depp Heard trial has to be retired. Not a fucking chance. Sorry, Star.
Yeah, she said retried, not retired.
Oh, retried. I read that as retired. Hang on, what? I thought she was telling me off for bringing it up again.
No, she said retried. It's even in caps, man.
Oh, shut up. What's this? This is from The Guardian.
It's just Amber Heard lawyers called for retrial with claims of improper juror service. Isn't this the same shit?
Yeah, I think so. I can't really see anything else. Yeah, so the documents filed yesterday, the actor's legal team said newly discovered facts and information about an individual juror meant that a mistrial ought to be declared. Lawyers said one of the individuals originally summoned to service in the trial had not appeared and had been replaced by someone else. So they're still going on about juror 15.
Yeah. It's still juror 15. That's old news. Fucking boring. Back to the drugs.
Back to the drugs.
Well,
Fair
if we
enough.
talk about cocaine long enough, Amber herself might show up.
It's a good point. I got to give you that.
Just throw some empty tampon applicators out there.
just one of those trails of MDMA for it. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Yeah.
Later, a third man, aged 41, was also arrested in connection with the bust and was hit with smuggling charges as well. That's a lot of cocaine. Detective Superintendent Rob Critchlow said the bust was a result of police cooperation across two hemispheres. Our relationships with law enforcement partners here and overseas means we can easily identify and dismantle these kids of syndicates, huh? Okay, so it's all underage people that are running syndicates. These kinds of syndicates, regardless of where the drugs originated. Come on, people, it's not that difficult to run an eye over it. Seriously. We'll continue to work closely and slash the profits of those involved in organized criminal activity. So what? You're going to start taxing them? I mean, don't get me wrong. That would be a boost for the budget line, but still. Mr. Critchlow said authorities remained committed to preventing illegal drugs from entering Australia. If the drugs were what? I'm starting to think this was written by someone who's Australian. The English is not their first language. The drugs were seized after enormous joint operation that involved US Customs and Border Protection, the Australian Border Force, the Australian Federal Police, and New South Wales Police. Police said the men aged 21 and 22 were refused bail at the Parramatta Bail Court on Sunday and were returned to court on the 25th of August, while the 41-year-old man was also refused bail at the Fairfield Local Court on Friday. What's that? That was pretty hilarious. So they were actually putting links in the chat to the adult helper site. It was funny. Okay. I literally woke up thinking a Baldo was a torture device. Pretty sure Elaine just wants a mistrial. Most likely not going to happen. Nope. I'll be very surprised. I thought we talked about you putting the battleships on screen. That's how you know he was bored. Father and son had the same name and same address, but Elaine knew that during jury selection. It's a ploy to get an appeal if they lost. Judge Ascarado will smack that out. Seriously, so it actually was father and son. Okay. Yeah, just poor editing. I know. I'm just being facetious. If a turd gets a new trial, we will have to call it Baldo Re-Entry 2.0. More to the point, if we get a retrial, I swear to God, this time around, I'm streaming it. Okay? I mean, there's going to be plenty of other people out there that will, but fuck it. I've got what, 14, 15 people here a night. I'm more than happy to let you guys hear me rant for as long as you like. All right. Looks like Kiwi's slapping his llama around. I wonder how long it'll be before he realizes that he was the only one that was on screen. David and Georgina had a dispute with their removalists. 4 years later, they've taken Google to court. When David Eden and Georgina Oxley had a dispute with a removalist company, they had no idea they would be in court years later preparing for a costly defamation trial against search giant Google. The couple co-own a business specializing in selling artificial plants for decorating homes and businesses. They are also councillors and former mayors at the city of Kingston. Oh, well, there we go. Not casting any aspersions there, but, you know, Kingston, hoity-toity, someone's a little bit over-important. Google reviews plays an important role in attracting new customers, as they do for many small businesses. Posts detailing negative experiences can wreck an online reputation, affecting sales. No shit, you think? But when the reviews aren't genuine, things can turn nasty. That's what Eden and Oxley claim happened to them when more than 100 allegedly fake negative reviews posted about their businesses, with more than 100 allegedly fake negative reviews posted across their businesses across several years. The police have been involved, say Eden and Oxley, but have not been able to fix the issue. It's the first thing we think of each morning and the last thing we think of at night. I'm pretty sure you guys need to be focusing more on your business then. I can tell you right now, the last thing I think about when I go to bed is what my bills are, how I'm paying them, what accounts I need to actually get out to charge clients, and all sorts of other little miscellaneous things, and making a fucking list of all the bullshit that I got to do when I get up. If you're really worried about your Google reviews that much, I would be concerned, because there's more important things. I'm not going to lie. The saga stretches back to September 2018. Oh gosh, horror. Back to 2018. When the owners of Designer Plants engaged a removalist company called Melbourne Movers to move the contents of their warehouse. Despite getting a fixed quote, the move was not completed after an argument over its costs. Eden and Oxley claimed that one of the removalists told them at the time they were awful, shameful, and would regret crossing them. In the following months, Eden and Oxley went to VCAT, the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal, to try and get their money back. They were successful, winning an order in their favour for $3,327.50. Seriously? Just as a point of contention, people, look, they may have self-represented, which is all well and good, but unless you're going to self-represent, don't bother going to court for anything less than $5,000. It will cost you more than that in lawyers' fees, the application fee. I mean, VCAT doesn't award costs, okay? Specifically here in Victoria, the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal, even if you win, they don't award you your costs. So the amount of money that they would have spent, so you've got anywhere between $300 and $1,500 worth of filing fees. So if anything, there may be $1,800 up. Economically, it's just not worth it. And surprisingly, you do have to occasionally tell that to clients. And, you know, some people do it on principle. That's fine. Some people decide that it's not economical for them to do it. But there's always ADR, alternative dispute resolution methods. And that's always the best way to go before getting involved with a tribunal or a court.
It's actually funny that you were talking about that company, though.
Why?
Oh, because there was another company in Melbourne.
Mm.
It was the Agricultural Swingers Association. They called it the Melbourne Movers.
I can't tell if you're joking or not. What? So you let people screw you over? Fuck no, I didn't say that. I said that there are alternative ways of dealing with it other than going to court, which is expensive. Unnecessarily expensive.
So did you hear about that other... Oops, sorry.
There should be a petty night court for this stuff. I'm not disagreeing with you, Short Order. I genuinely believe there should be a night court for dealing with small claims disputes, which we just don't have.
Also, the other small claims dispute that was brought up the other day between a husband and his wife. She'd told him that she'd cook him a beautiful apple strudel when he got home. And when he got there, it was in fact made with corn. He went to court and he made a claim, you know, well, my wife gave me the wrong thing. And the judge looked at him and said, well, what evidence do you have? And he put forward some corn that she hadn't cooked. And the defense lawyer that was appearing for the wife turned around and said, well, Your Honour, that's not admissible. And the judge says, why not? And he says, well, it's been miscornstrudeled. broke them.
I'm with SG on that. That was so bad.
That's fucking meant to be, you dick.
No shit. Eden and Oxley believe that this was the spark for an online campaign against them. According to court documents, the first fake review posted by the owners of the removalist company or people associated with them appeared on the business page for designer plants in May 2019. Very poor quality products. Save your money, shop somewhere else. The name of the reviewer was the same as a staff member at the Melbourne Movers, according to Eden and Oxley's statement of claim, and had posted a 5-star review posted on his employer's Google business page the same day. Oh, well, that's just fucking stupid, people. What a shameless business run by David Eden and Georgina Oxley. Purchased artificial plants from their store. They were overpriced and so fake. Then why did you purchase them? You won't get the same quality products which were on their display. I recommend going through their genuine 1-star reviews before you purchase. Oh, that's funny. In the years since, Eden and Oxley say their page has been inundated with bad reviews accusing them of ripping people off, not offering refunds, selling inferior products, and having rude staff. Sometimes the same typos are repeated, like doggy or doggy instead of dodgy. When comments are made like that, you don't think it's going to turn into a multi-year ordeal, and you certainly don't think you'll have to spend the amount of money we are spending to try and resolve it. That's exactly my point. They are fake plants. Misconstrued. Oh, at least you laughed, Phil. Oh, I tell you what, though. So, how many PMs have been rolled in the last 3 days, in one way or another? Bojo's gone. Japanese former PM has been shot. Estonia's gone. And what was the other one? The one that only just happened? Oh, fuck, where was it in the chat? I know.
Did you say Bulger?
What? Bowled over. Come on, you're a Kiwi.
I thought you mispronounced. I thought you mispronounced Boris.
Oh, no. Bojo, as in Boris Johnson. Bojo, same as ScoMo.
I thought that was your nickname for a name.
Shut up. Sri Lanka, yes, thank you, SG. According to court documents, Eden and Oxley requested that Google take the reviews down. However, the tech company has only removed some of them. In July 2020, Eden and Oxley commenced proceedings in the Melbourne Magistrates Court seeking an intervention order against the removals to stop them from posting more reviews. They were granted an interim order ordering, according to civil court documents, which required the removalists to not publish on the internet any material about Oxley and or Eden. Rather than stop, they claim the removalists posted another 32 negative reviews this day after the order was served. The reviews were posted under the names of either the removalists themselves, dumbasses, or people associated with them, according to the claim. All the reviews had similar writing style to previous negative posts. In subsequent court hearings, subpoenas were issued to Google to try and establish the identity of the people publishing the reviews. Victoria Police has also made a request to Google for information to unmask the anonymous posters. Double checking whether or not someone's in breach of the court order. Interesting. But Google has refused to comply and have generally made it difficult to stop the reviews through its complaints process. Which is unfortunately that's why you can't take the Google reviews with a grain of salt, because the business owners themselves have next to little no recourse against it. So. Another bottle down. The pair are now taking the defamation action in the Victorian County Court. Establishing the real identities of the reviewers will be key to the case. They are suing the owners of the removalist company. I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce any of those. For defamation and injurious falsehood for posting the allegedly fake reviews. Google is being sued for defamation for publishing 5 of the reviews, with legal papers served on the company's headquarters in Mountain View, California. Google declined to comment when contacted by the Sunday Age. In defense documents, the company denied that the reviews were defamatory and said that it could not respond to Victoria Police's request because it did not have enough information to find the associated account. Bullshit. If Twitter can sort out exactly who is linked to a username profile, Google can do the same. You can't leave a review without having a Google email address, and presumably, at least from there, you should be able to find the ISP and the IP addresses. The search giant also admitted to not responding to the court subpoena because it was not under any legal compulsion to produce such documents. Right. The removalists did not respond to a request for comment when contacted through their lawyers. In their defense document, they deny telling Eden and Oxley that they would regret crossing them. Of course they're going to deny that. The removalists also denied that the first review posted in March 2019 had come from anyone associated with them, or that they had posted the reviews after the intervention order was served. They did not request that anyone post negative reviews onto the plaintiff's business profile on their behalf, the defense document states. The case is due to go to a judge-alone trial in January next year. That'll be interesting. John Price, the lawyer representing Eden and Oxley. John Price. Interesting. Why have they not specified which firm he is with? They ordinarily would. Garland, Hawthorne, Bray Lawyers. Okay. Oh, it's GHB. Okay.
See, it always amazed me that Starbucks got away with calling themselves what they did, considering that the production company that made Battlestar Galactica had Starbuck and Starbucks, like, as a character, copyrighted.
Yes, but that comes down to the delineation in copyright and trademark, which is a really boring and really long-winded explanation, but suffice it to say, because they're in different mediums, it's not a conflicting trademark, so they're allowed to get away with it.
Fair enough.
The search giant also admitted to... Oh, no, sorry, I read that. John Price of GHB Lawyers, the lawyer representing Eden and Oxley, said it was a case of the worst online harassment he has seen. Dude, seriously? Hop on any Reddit forum, or pretty much anywhere, really. Eden and Oxley estimate the financial cost of trying to stop the reviews has been over $100,000 so far, and the cost in the damage to the business, including lost sales, was over $1 million. What to say? Law is awake after all. Great explanation. I can do legal analysis and explanations when I want to.
And now we see the wild Hayden in its natural habitat prefers a nocturnal style. What?
Nothing. The previous federal government attempted to introduce anti-trolling legislation that it had said would unmask anonymous social media users. However, the bill didn't make it into Parliament.
Well, of course
so all
not.
of a sudden,
if they bring in any sort of anti-trolling sort of laws, then where are you going to go?
Well, let's face it. I'm covered because it's commentary and research and education purposes on this channel.
You troll the living shit out of me.
Yeah, but you're a New Zealand citizen. If you want, you can just fly over and smack me in the mouth.
Okay, clip that. That was consent.
These types of things can be incredibly personal. This is bigger than just our case, said Oxley. Eden said that they felt that they had been left with little choice but to go to court. At the end of the day, no one wants to go through the court process. It is costly and time-consuming. It's a last resort. Absolutely, it's a last resort. But you haven't reached the last resort yet. Based on the information that I've read in this, and look, you may have gone down the other avenues, but again, there are... Oh my god, they put a face mask on the fucking Android logo.
What's an Android logo doing outside Google?
Are you serious?
Doesn't Google... I thought Samsung used Android.
So,
I thought Google used proprietary OS.
I believe we're really gonna have to go through this.
Oh, I've got a fucking one of those fucking Galaxy Flip 2 things, and it runs on Android.
Android is a mobile operating system based on a modified version of the Linux kernel and other open source software, primarily designed for touchscreen mobiles. So basically, it's open source. They can use it without having to use their own proprietary information. However, it does include proprietary components such as Google Play.
Mistaking Google with Apple. My bad.
Yes, you are.
They're just all corporate wankers to me. Sorry, they all look the same.
Film it in a short, bearded. Wear a llama suit when Law opens the door. Whack. Mate Potato. Hello, how you doing? What's up?
What's
Oh.
up?
So yeah,
And now
that's
we see the wild Hayden interacting with some of its animal friends. You might see the wild Hayden get a little excited. You can tell because his shorts grow 2 inches bigger in the front.
You're going to defame me, at least make it interesting, all right?
When interacting with his friends, the wild Hayden will often stand up in front of the approaching individual and start to rub his glorious chest hair in a show of dominance to assert himself. And as he begins to walk towards the approaching friend, as occasionally is needed when forced to walk on 2 legs, he will rest one arm on the ground in order to support himself in this unnatural position. Next week, we will look into the mating habits.
We fuck
of
them all
the
will
wild
not.
Hayden, and what you will realize is that you will see why the wild Hayden was originally referred to as Australia's real Tasmanian juggernaut, bitch. Did you say your worst friends watch this? You are never getting laid.
SG says do the plumber. Okay, all right. I'll do the...
Who needs contraceptives? Just be friends with Bennett.
That was the best part.
Love you, buddy.
You too. Not programmed to be monogamous. Swinging sexpert teaches couples how to share. A $160 an hour sexpert has found her niche teaching couples how to open their relationship. Apparently short orders away for a bit. 10 years ago, when Rosie Kath's then boyfriend Gary suggested that they become ethically non-monogamous or swingers, she was terrified of opening up their bed to other people. Today, Kay is a certified first-time swingers coach, helping married couples get into the swinger of things. There's a connotation that swingers are seedy, sweaty people who toss their keys in a bowl to determine who will have sex with that night.
Mm-hmm.
Kiwi, where are your keys?
About 2.5 feet from my bloody mic. What the fuck?
I would say mute me, but it wouldn't work, so I'll do it myself. Hang up.
But real, genuine swinging couples communicate with each other about the sex they're going to be having outside the relationship beforehand. It's not just about having random sex with strangers. After Kay, who identifies as bisexual, and Gary explored the swinging lifestyle with other couples and singles, they discovered that being ethically non-monogamous allowed them to relish their relationship while enjoying new sexual romps that they may not have otherwise encountered. We were on this exciting journey together, and it was purely about making physical and sexual connections. She initially feared Gary would end up leaving her for another woman if they became swingers. But once I realised that he and I were rock solid in love, I overcame that fear of abandonment and accepted the fact that even though there might be other women who are involved who are younger or slimmer, Gary won't think of them better than me.
3 months later, Gary left me for a man.
And after their amicable split a few years ago, oh, there's a shocker, Kay began researching ethical non-monogamy online. She came to believe that the swinging lifestyle is actually a more natural way to love. Her curiosity took her back to school, where she studied relationship counselling and was certified by the Complementary Therapists Accredited Association, the CTAA. You reckon Dr. Hughes has that particular set of...
We're not meant to be programmed to be monogamous.
As humans, we are not actually programmed to be monogamous. Society has just progressed that way, insisted Kay, who over the past 2 years has virtually helped couples and singles in the UK and the US consensually explore extramarital intimacies with others.
So in other words, she's fucked around worldwide. There's a word for that.
Before Brooklynite Scott Sharporn sought out Kay's sexpertise last month. He was struggling to meet women and couples who were interested in
Can you
swinging with a
scroll
single
down
man.
so it doesn't look like a pair of low-riding pants, please?
Better.
Much. Hey, is that Gary? Peekaboo, I see you. Ooh.
It's more difficult being a single man in the swingers universe because there's a stigma that single males in this lifestyle have questionable intentions.
There's no question about it. They want to fuck.
Exactly. Dude, like, seriously, if you're single, I don't think you can class it as swinging. Go to a bar, pick up a chick, screw her brains out, preferably tell her beforehand that it's a one-night stand, but still.
Well, you know, hey, if you respect them as an individual, leave their brains in.
That is true. Yeah, I'll be honest, SG. I thought that this was when I opened up the article originally, this said that she was Australian. So I didn't specifically say Melbourne. I said Australian research, but yeah, now I'm thinking this is just bullshit. Fucking clickbait. Law Patrol gets clickbaited again tonight at 9. Where are we? He'd previously been in an ethically non-monogamous relationship and said the lifestyle brought him and his girlfriend closer together as a couple and helped us meet some really awesome people. You can do that with your pants on, you know.
What is ENMSG?
Ethically non-monogamous.
Oh, that shit. Okay, carry on.
Last month, he hired Kay to assist him in dating as a solo swinger and has since made new connections within the community. Rosie's helped me come up with what to say when I'm approaching other swinging couples and women as a single male. And even though she's in the UK, okay, well, there, that answers that. She's done a lot of research on swinging sites and clubs in New York, and that's helped improve my approach in person and on my swinging dating profiles.
What is this shit?
Well, I'm just going to put it out there. From there, I thought that guy was going to look completely different to that.
Hang on. It hasn't caught up to me on stream yet. I'm watching YouTube. So.
Oh, right. Sorry.
He's way less attractive than I thought he was going to be.
Really? I was going to say that he was more attractive, but he's a shitload younger than I was expecting.
Yeah, he's like 12.
Sharphorn, Kay said, is one of a growing number of people interested in the lifestyle.
Did you say he was way more attractive than you thought he was going to be?
Yeah, from the eyes only.
What? A woman?
No, as more people are starting to go out and live life again after spending time together in lockdown, they're now more open to exploring ethical non-monogamy, she said. So basically, when people are locked inside with their partners for an extended period, all of a sudden everyone wants to be ethically non-monogamous. I kind of get that. It's a long time to be locked inside with somebody. The people that I feel the most sorry for, though, because there were instances of it happening here in Melbourne during the lockdowns, people who had gone on like 1 or 2 dates, and they were getting locked down together for like 7 days because they both tested positive and they had to like shelter in place or whatever the fuck it was.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
Have you noticed a pattern?
A pattern?
In chat?
A little bit.
Whenever we start talking about this, a wild cum appears.
Not what I meant, but okay.
Oh, Star's off to bed. See you, Star. Sleep well.
Too long. Fuck the Melbourne lockdowns. Yep. Most of Kay's clients are ordinary, everyday couples in their mid-30s and early 40s who have been together for about 10 or 15 years. On average, the majority of pairs are either interested in having a threesome or the male partner wants to watch his wife or girlfriend have sex with another man. That's not you know, I'm not going to kink shame anybody here.
Yeah, there's a difference between kink shaming and just like this is to swinging lifestyles, and I guess what you guys are calling, what is it? Fucking scroll back up. ENM. This is to that what 50 Shades of Grey is to
BDSM. As in, no fucking connection. This is fucking bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not really classing this as E&M, honestly. This is more like E&M is actually, correct me if I'm wrong, SG, but E&M is more about establishing ongoing relationships with people outside of your current relationship, but it being done in an ethical manner.
Did you just specifically ask Kim?
What? No, I said SG. She's the one that's been...
Yeah, no, this is an E&M. That's not.
No.
The funny thing is that I know couples in the past who have done the whole, what is this E&M shit? What the fuck? Swinging shit. Fucking, and it's just organic. Like, it's just, they say it just happens organically. Someone comes into the relationship and leaves the relationship. Yeah.
That was really good.
Wait, they're taking away jobs from hardworking people. Well, you could also say they're taking away jobs from handworking people.
That's not E&M. Yep. And voyeurism. Hang on, Kim. What? Polyamory should have an agreed rule of engagements and vetting approval for it to work and avoid territorial jealousy. It does not work when anyone ignores the rule. Okay. Cuckolding. Yep. And voyeurism.
Also, be very, 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 very wary if E&M, fuck, I hate that term, only becomes something your husband becomes interested in very, very late in the relationship. If that shit comes out of the blue, you gotta ask if the question is you.
Phil says bearded law isn't getting trapped today, lol. I'm like a mongoose.
In its wild habitat, the Hayden is notoriously difficult to trap, almost as if it has a sixth sense about when it is in danger. But when you do trap a wild Hayden, you must be very careful, as it is incredibly, incredibly dangerous to approach once wounded.
You could have just said aggressive when cornered. At what point did you have to bring in wounded?
Because it leads into the next segment that I'm going to throw out there at some point.
Oh, dear God. Libly, see ya. Jesus, I can't believe it's already that late. Where the fuck did the time go? It's been an hour already.
The fuck?
I mean, yes, there was 10 minutes of fucking around with the video, but still. But the lovers are afraid to take the sexual leap owing to concerns of becoming swingers might ruin their relationship. One of the first things I do with my clients is to retrain their brains or deprogram what they've been taught about ethical non-monogamy. Is to retrain their brains. For an hour-long counselling session via Zoom, she charges singles around $72. Couples pay $109. The incredibly dangerous Hayden. Thank you, Phil. All of her clients book a minimum of 3 sessions. Okay. And it starts by teaching them self-acceptance. We talk about sexuality and why it's okay for them to want to be with more than one person to explore things sexually. And I assure them that their desire to try new things with other people doesn't mean that they don't love one another. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Someone's found a niche and she's filling it quite well. In fact, Kay believes opening up a relationship to other sexual partners can reduce a partner's urge to cheat. I wonder why. You basically bring it into the relationship.
Because you're letting him do it. He doesn't need to cheat. You're giving him permission.
Yeah, because I mean, look, ethical non-monogamy is basically, I feel like that has to be a two-way street. I don't think it's ethical non-monogamy if it's not both partners equally in a relationship. If it's just one of you, then yeah, I think that it's probably sanctioned infidelity, really. But I mean, look, that's my personal opinion on it. No one jumped down my throat. I can already hear the chats incoming from certain areas. But yeah, I think it very much needs to be something that's discussed with at the outset of the relationship, as Kim said.
Yeah, I always liked the wedding vow, for better or worse, till we're both in a hearse.
Oh, Jesus. Some people think some people do think swinging isn't moral, but a lot of people cheat and act immorally within monogamous relationships. Swinging won't stop someone from cheating, but it minimizes the risk because you get to act on those unexplored sexual impulses, and you get to have a much deeper and honest relationship with your partner. After helping patients cope with any lingering hang-ups and enjoying sex with their partners and others, Kay walks the couples through a multi-step process towards a successful swinger's life. Here, she shares her tips for couples looking to open up their bedroom. Oh, actually, I'll give you that, SG. I didn't actually think about that, where one person in the relationship is asexual.
I've got a pretty fail-proof way to open up the bedroom.
Relationship's over when this happens, and maybe I'm just old school. No, look, I can't. See, this is the problem. What?
I've got a really 100% foolproof way to open up a bedroom.
Turn the doorknob?
No, it's called a door. You open it. I didn't think it was new technology.
You know what the best use for Vaseline is in the bedroom?
No. What?
Putting it on the doorknob so the kids can't get in.
Oh, there's so many things I want to say. And they are so totally inappropriate, even by my standards.
Like that one.
I want you to see this. I'm going to type it to you in private.
Step 1, vulnerability is key. Kay teaches pairs how to establish open, honest, and clear channels of communication with one another. Being vulnerable can be very scary, but it's important in ethical non-monogamy. She told the Post. Oh, shit, this is Washington Post. Fuck, they got me again.
It's in private.
Okay. You have to have a lot of conversations with your partner about your swinging desires.
No,
and unless there's a clear communication... You sick fucker. And unless there's clear communication and boundaries that are set, it could jeopardize a relationship. Rules of play. Next, Kay aids her pupils in protecting their relationship by setting strict rules around their physical and emotional escapades with others. We have to identify the type of ethical non-monogamy that they want to explore, and then put laws and boundaries around it. And when a couple is guided by a set of rules and goals, they are mutually beneficial. It adds to a sense of security, comfort, and reassurance to both partners. Adhering to agreed upon limitations also helps diminish feelings of insecurity, jealousy, according to the Poly Pundit. I tell my clients, yes, there will be other people involved with you in a sexual way, but it's purely a physical sexual connection. Another person can't compete because through coaching, we're assuring that their relationship is emotionally exclusive. Step 3, meeting their match. Once the couple has established a firm foundation, Kay teaches them the do's and don'ts of hooking up with other swingers. Buying like a pineapple and sitting it upside down on your porch.
No.
The best way to meet other people is either on an online platform or visiting a swingers club because you know you're all there for the same reason. For those hoping to connect virtually, Kay often assists her clients in navigating popular swingers sites like Fab Swingers or SDC.com. I didn't even know that fucking existed.
I was going to say, swinging and EM aren't the same.
Not the same
One
thing.
involves a playground and the other involves playing on the ground.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, some people can afford a bed.
No, some people can afford a swing. That Muttley laugh is so contagious. And if the sweethearts are more interested in meeting like-minded partners in person, she points them towards the hottest swingers clubs in their area. But Kay strongly advises against sidling up to strangers at the supermarket and asking if they'd like to swing.
I prefer swingers clubs with air conditioning, just quietly.
Okay.
Well, you said she pointed them to the hottest clubs in town.
But Kay strongly advises...
Can we clip that noise you just made?
No. It's not something I recommend doing in regular life at the club or a grocery store, she said with a laugh.
shit.
You could approach people like that, but not everyone is comfortable with that kind of situation. Dress to impress. After her clients have determined how they'd like to find other swingers, Kay assists them in creating their perfect first ethically non-monogamous experience. I advise couples on how to approach other couples in swingers clubs and how to talk to them about what they would like to experience. I also advise on what to wear and what not to wear, she said, noting that she urges the daters to wear something comfortable that fits the vibe of a classy upscale swingers lounge. No sweatpants and no sneakers.
You know, worse than grabbing Vicks Vapor Rub in the dark? Deep heat instead of lube.
Oh,
And just to reply to status quo, interesting. There is so much humor in cheating and exploitation. That's why there is so much humor. Because I believe in monogamy. So it's like the whole concept is like,
it's
okay,
kind of the
people wanna
ridiculousness
do
of
this,
it.
they can, but I find the whole thing like they are trying so hard to make this look normal.
Oh, look, I don't care whether it's normal or not. The fact of the matter is, this is not how they were pushing it, how they were proposing it. Okay,
No.
what she's talking about is not E&M. It's out and out swinging. It's not the same thing, and that's sort of what's giving me the shits about this.
Well, E&M would be closer to the TV show Big Love, wouldn't it? The whole Mormon view on polygamy.
Never actually seen it, actually. Sometimes we have to work through jealous issues or emotional problems or some glitch that came up. It's an ongoing and gradual process.
I know a few folks that
What's
started
that?
swinging after a church encounter. There's only one church I know of that promotes polygamy.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a church that promotes polygamy. I've heard of plenty of tales of people meeting up after church, so...
But what the? Well, then they're not listening to the sermon, that's for damn sure.
No, they're just taking love thy neighbor very seriously.
Yeah, seriously, because if you're actually legitimately following the Bible, that shit's a big no-no.
Mm-hmm. Don't give a shit about that.
What are you going through?
Who?
You clickety click click click.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking
Actually,
through the
that could be the
headlines.
next. That could be the next episode.
What?
And
What's
when
on my desktop?
When approaching the wild, Hayden, things may sound safe, but beware if you hear a click, click, click. It means he's getting ready to attack. You know this shit's not going anywhere fucking fast.
No, and that's just what's driving me nuts about it as well. Here I put together an actual video of me singing in order to make you feel better about your viral video on Scott's channel, and you're giving me this kind of shit.
That was so bad. I listened to it. I cried. Oh, it was so bad. I really do appreciate your failed attempt to make me feel better, though. Ironically, the fact that it failed so miserably actually made it better. I owe you a Foster's.
Don't you fucking dare.
Would you rather just a canoe full of piss?
Canoe flip. Oh, Jesus.
You know, they don't make condoms big enough to cover a canoe, just so you know. I know, I've looked into this recently.
No worries, SJ. Have a good night. It's a good question, Sinbad. It's not something that I've ever really looked into.
Yes, yes, it does. I'm not kidding either. Yes, it does. What are you smirking about?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Oh, for fuck's sake, here we go. Hey, at least I keep all my bumps and my attacks in the public forum. I don't like it. He's fucking smiling too much and he's quiet. The wild Hayden is never more dangerous than when he appears to be ignoring you.
You're right. You do keep it in the public forum.
No. I'll copyright strike. Hear anything, but you should on the screen. Can we do this? Like, can I have it muted so there's no music, but we can see the timing at least for the lyrics?
You're gonna keep the volume off?
Well, I've got it muted. You should.
You brought this on yourself.
But it's 7 minutes, dude.
I'm not playing it for the full 7 minutes. What are you kidding me? Point is, it's mutually assured destruction, okay? You play nice, or I've got that preloaded.
You know, the point at which you're fucked is the point at which I turn around and I say, you know what, go for it.
That's a good point.
Hey, wait, didn't you upload yours?
Yes. Yes, I did. It's already there. It's on private. No one else is seeing it.
Didn't you tell Scott in a verbal contract that I witnessed that at the next sing-along you would give him a solo?
No.
I do have a 4-hour stream. I can go back and check.
Yeah, no. The covenant that I made was that I would make you feel better by singing Working Class Man myself. I've lived up to that.
Oh, man. It was fun, though.
Of course it is. Karaoke is always fun.
Like,
I tell you what, though, after I finished singing that,
yeah,
I oh shit!
Did your wife hear you?
Yes, I got to the very end of singing it, and my phone buzzed. I will pay you to stop singing.
Oh, you could just reply with, yeah, that's how this fucking started. I could actually feel like George Harrison rolling over in his grave. Somebody even turned around and said when Ringo asked for peace and harmony in the world, this isn't what he meant.
Oh god! All right, now I've got to try and get through this with a straight face. Okay.
I knew this was going to fucking happen.
Of course it was. Elon Musk terminates multi-billion-dollar Twitter deal. Tesla chief executive officer Elon Musk has said he was terminating his $44 billion, 64 billion Australian deal to take over Twitter, citing material breach of multiple provisions of the agreement. Shares of Twitter fell 6% in the extended trading. The announcement brings an end to a will he won't he saga after the world's richest person clinched the deal in April, but then put the buyout on hold after the social media company proved that spam bots accounted for fewer than 5% of its total users. The Tesla CEO said in a letter to Twitter's board saying he was terminating the acquisition.
But just before you get any further, do you realize something?
What?
You were like defending yourself, right, against what you perceived I was throwing your way. Yeah, fair.
Right.
But by what you did, because you were sitting there clicking away silently, and then you attacked. What you did actually made the narration accurate.
What? I couldn't hear through the laughing.
I said, never be more concerned than when the wild Hayden is sitting there seemingly safe, because if you hear a clicking sound, it means he's about to attack, and then in retaliation,
reaction to that. You sat there clicking, and then you attacked. You self-fulfilled.
What can I say, Mr. Attenborough? You confirmed the beard. What the beard? I can't even get it out. You confirmed what the bearded Attenborough said. Oh, Sinbad says Elon is a smart cookie. He's going to get Twitter for a song. Great financial move. I wish he'd buy YouTube. I don't. I'll be interested to see what he does with Twitter. But after that, then I might suggest YouTube to him. But they're very different markets, honestly. But no, I wholeheartedly agree with you. With everything that's happened, the share price will fall and he will get it for a song. You're absolutely right.
What, you think he'll come back now with a counter offer?
No, I think he will let it sit for a month, maybe 2 tops. Wait for the share price to plummet because people are going to be pissed the fuck off.
I don't think he legally can. It's called share manipulation or market manipulation because he's put it
Not in this instance. It's not.
No,
not in this instance. No.
But they already implemented the poison pill. He can't buy more than a 15% chunk without board approval. He already owns 9.
Yes, but with everything that's happened with the board, I'll be very surprised if they're still sitting in their seats by the end of the year.
I'm sure he'd have to have something that was a clear, like if he made the offer and the board approved it, and he's now backing out, he'd have to have something substantial because he couldn't turn around and say, "Oh well, I offered that when it was worth something. Now the share price has plummeted. I don't want to buy it anymore because your value is less." Because the fair argument would be that the share price plummet is a direct result of his public statements.
Wait, never mind. You just said what I was going to say. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Phil says there should be several head people over at Twitter that should be removed over this. Yeah. Well, given what they kept from the shareholders, given what they kept from the shareholders, given what the information that was or wasn't passed on, it will be very interesting to see exactly what happens.
Like, who do you know that's in business law that we could reach out to?
In the US or in general?
Either.
Don't make me fucking bitch slap you.
Huh?
Go to my website, click on areas of practice. See what one is third down from the top.
Dead people? I mean, we can't call you an ambulance chaser, but you might be a hearse harasser. Okay, so I'm clearly getting the point here that you're inferring you have some business legal practice experience. So what do you think is what is oh fuck. I can do this. I can do this with a straight face. Fucking get rid of that fucking Pikachu. Ooh. Okay.
Vince's Kiwi's broken.
Now.
Nice way to get a peek into the internal workings of the company. BRB again soon. No
in your professional opinion. Sorry, your third-rated professional opinion.
I can't let him go on. I can't. I'll lose it. I will lose it. Let me get through some of these chats. Third rate one ass. Eve Barlow will get booted off Twitter if Elon ends up owning it. I actually kind of agree. I think it was someone on Ricada's stream that mentioned that there's a good chance that because our old friend, the Wicked Witch of the West, was dating him at one point, they probably know about the bots and their actual percentage values and that sort of thing, so how much they can influence Twitter and whatnot. You fucking wanker. What are you doing? You're in the video.
Oh, okay.
Oh God.
Okay. Oh, I can do this. In your esteemed political, in your esteemed professional opinion,
Mm-hmm.
in matters of which you have many and are knowledgeable in at least 3 categories, of which they are not prioritized by order of appearance. What
You're an
do you
ass.
think is likely to happen with the Twitter bot? And should Elon write a will?
You conceited fucking asshole. Oh, speaking of which, though, people, I did just upload a video. One of my new shorts. The video is entitled "Not Legal Advice, but Why It's Important to Have a Will." So it's all of like 2 minutes long. You fucking prick. I guarantee Elon has a will. I guarantee he has living trusts. I guarantee he has things set up so that when people...
You know what he doesn't fucking have? Twitter.
I agree with you, status quo. Twitter will have an interesting stockholders meeting this year. Abso-fucking-lutely. Could you imagine him standing up in the middle of that meeting at the AGM? Fuck, that will be funny. I mean, look, I guarantee he's not going to actually be there. He will have a proxy appointed. But still, someone being there on his behalf, so many people are going to be asking questions. Oh, ouch. Game, set, and match for Bearded.
He means about the Twitter comment.
I know. Twitter could have pushed for the US 1 billion, so 1.4 Australian, breakup fee that Musk agreed to pay under these circumstances. Instead, it looks ready to fight to complete the purchase, which its board has approved and the CEO insists he wants to consummate. Interesting. They're going for specific performance over the termination fee. They know exactly what will happen if he walks away from this, and they know how much money they're looking to lose.
But hasn't he already? Like, hasn't he said, "Nah, I'm out"?
No. So when you breach a contract, the other side can sue you for what's called specific performance. If it's still possible to complete that contract, a court can force you to do so.
What, force him to do so?
Yeah, basically.
So what's bad for the board?
Misconstrued.
Huh?
Is that supposed to be a peeing emoji or a squirting emoji? Either way, I'm concerned.
Ooh.
Oh, dear God, I'm in a squirt bottle. Oh. My guard was down. You're an asshole. You caused that. My guard was down.
Well, it's even worse. Put up the last one.
Drain the Twitter swamp, Elon.
No, the next one.
Those a-holes at Twitter were so fucking hostile to Elon. Good luck with a
No,
lawsuit.
go back one.
Yeah.
Go back. Go up 2. Now go up 1 more. Hang on, wait, where is it? No, where the fuck is it? Why are you not seeing this? The one directly below game, set, and match. Is that not showing that on
that's
there?
that one.
Oh, yeah, it's not showing properly when you put it up. It's taking the undies off. Look in chat.
I'm gonna have to look at the.
It's a.
I'd like to clarify. I'm looking in the StreamYard comments. That looks completely different in the StreamYard comments. Okay. That does not look like undies. It's like a blue thing, and then there's some raindrops. I swear to God, it looks like the head of a squirt bottle. That's what I thought it was.
See, it's not his fault.
Okay, the underwear emoji doesn't help.
No, it's not your fault. StreamYard removed her underwear. Oh, talk about shit being misconstrued.
Oh God, we scared Sean off. You know it's bad when the criminal lawyer exits stage right.
Sean, don't leave. We're gonna need you.
I'll handle the civil. You handle the criminal charges. We're fucked either way.
Oh shit!
No, top chat, not live chat, Hayden. No, I don't. StreamYard doesn't differentiate on the comment end.
No, you guys have no idea. He'll have to share his screen one day because, yeah, on StreamYard, all we get is a little grey box and it says, it's ugly, dude. Oh my God. My nose is running so fucking bad right now. I feel like I've got fucking COVID.
Oh, thank you so much. You just finished off what I'm going to call the stream. Squirting emojis, Elon, and a runny nose.
Oh my God. What the fuck happened tonight?
Oh, hey, Kripke, how you doing? Damn, we just crashed. This came right to a screeching halt, didn't it? Oh my God.
Dude, that was literally when fucking Sean joined the stream. So you just got this mental image. Yes. He just messaged me to say I clicked into he's like, nice. He's just clicked into the stream at the most awkward time. So I've got this picture of Sean just walking in through a door. Seeing a visual representation of this shit going on, and she's just closes the door slowly.
It's the Grandpa Simpson where he walks in and sees Bart at the desk at the burlesque, just back out. Oh my God!
Okay, I shouldn't, but I'm gonna draw up a fucking cartoon at some point. It's just gonna have like just a StreamYard character just ripping the undies off of somebody as water bottles explode all over the place. And a caricature of Sean just standing there going, what?
We broke Kripke.
No, he wants. Can I think
Do a drink stream?
Dude, I think I have permission to say this. The cartoon is going to be a StreamYard ripping the undies off of some random woman with exploding water bottles everywhere. Sean opening the door and going, "Are you winning, son?" Can I please? I don't know if he's going to have the balls
I feel
to
like I'm
come in
watching
here
Harry
now.
Potter.
But can I send him the link?
I tell you what, send it to him and send it to Scott and don't say anything.
Just let them walk. Maybe Sean's watching. He knows what's happening.
Yeah, but
Actually, I
Scott
don't
won't
think
have a
that's
clue.
fair. I don't
Oh
think
my God,
anyone
I'm so
knows what's
excited.
happening. Oh.
Oh my God, my sides
Oh,
hurt.
for fuck's sake. If this doesn't stop, I'm going to fucking pee a lot. Oh. Oh, fuck.
Okay. Moving on.
Ooh.
I'm glad you think so, Phil. I'm a little bit worried we might have scared off a few viewers, if I'm honest. Oh, dude, I'm sweating so much after that.
You're actually shiny, bro. You're
Oh, no. I don't want to be shiny. It worries me.
And now, observing in its natural habitat, the wild Hayden, and what happens when it stumbles across illegally planted vegetables of a cannabinoid nature. You've heard
Don't
of
you
cats.
dare insinuate that I'm high.
No, you're not. The wild Hayden might be.
Depends for everyone in my Oprah voice. You get it depends. You get it depends. You get it depends. In the letter, Musk's lawyer, Mike Ringler, oh Jesus, complained to these clients.
Like nothing's happened.
No, wait for it. In the letter, Musk's lawyer, Mike Ringler, complained that his client had for nearly 2 months sought data to judge the prevalence of fake or spam accounts on the social media platform. Twitter has failed or refused to provide this information. Sometimes Twitter has ignored Mr. Musk's requests. Sometimes it's rejected them for reasons that appear to be unjustified. And sometimes it has claimed to comply while giving Mr. Musk incomplete or unusable information. Musk also said the information was fundamental to the company's business and financial performance and was needed to finish the transaction. In response, the chair of Twitter's board, Brett Taylor, tweeted that the board was committed to closing the transaction on the price and terms agreed upon. Yeah, because they know how much money they're going to lose if this goes south. And plans to pursue legal action to enforce the merger agreement. We are confident we will prevail in the Delaware Court of Chancery. So, equity. The trial court in Delaware frequently handles business disputes among many corporations, including Twitter, that are incorporated there. The possible unraveling of the deal is just the latest twist in a saga between the world's richest man and one of the most influential social media platforms. That's debatable. Much of the drama has played out on Twitter with Musk, yeah, mine too, who has more than 95 million followers, lamenting that the company was failing to live up to its potential as a platform for free speech. On Friday, shares of Twitter fell 5% to $36.81 US, 53.61 Australian, well below the $54.2, $78.98 that Musk had offered to pay. Shares of Tesla, meanwhile, climbed 2.5%. Oh, I should really check my my Bitcoin, the one that's related to his dog or whatever the hell it is as well. In a letter to the Securities and Exchange Commission, Musk said Twitter has not complied with its contractual obligations surrounding the deal, namely giving Musk enough information to make an independent assessment of the prevalence of fake or spam accounts on Twitter's platform. They're only AH's bots. What's he worried about? Is he not used to them yet? No, well, I suppose the problem is that given that he probably has some implied or imputed knowledge as to whether or not those bots actually existed and were used, there's a good chance that he's aware that there are other companies and corporations out there that can do engage in similar conduct. So, no, I can understand why he has concerns. I really can. I mean, that's not to say that he couldn't use those bots himself, but Musk's flirtation with buying Twitter appeared to begin in late March. That's when Twitter said that he had contacted members of its board, including co-founder Jack Dorsey. and told them that he was buying up the shares of the company and interested in either joining the board, taking Twitter private, or starting a competitor. Ooh, so even in March, he told them that he was potentially going to bring up a competitor. Then on April 4, he revealed in a regulatory filing that he had become the company's largest shareholder after acquiring 9% of the stake worth about $3 billion. At first, Twitter offered Musk a seat on its board, but 6 days later, Twitter CEO Parag Agrawal tweeted that Musk will not be joining the board after all. His bid to buy the company came together quickly after that.
The board, eh?
Why was that?
Because if he joined the board, there were bylaws that prevented him from buying a controlling interest as a board member.
Of course.
So they offered him a position on the board to prevent a potential hostile takeover.
Actually, I'm not going to lie. If there's anyone that has some US company law experience, I'd be curious to know whether or not company corporation documents and company constitutions and that sort of thing are readily available to the public. Here in Australia, you can search pretty much any document in relation to any company on the ASIC register and get copies of it. You do have to pay for it, but there are some of these agreements, like trust deeds and company constitutions, that I would be very interested to read.
Do you know what this reminds me of?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine a boy and a girl. Well, date me. No. Date me. No. Date me. No. Date me. No. Okay, bye. Wait, come back.
That's exactly what it is. Well, hey, look who's joined. G'day, Sean. Where are we? I'm just gonna
to speak.
I'm not sure I blame him, to be perfectly honest.
I just wanted to wait a couple minutes for the smoke to clear.
Fair enough. Fair call. Very fair call. The Twitter board suing Musk is like someone beating their victim in the head with a bat, then suing the victim. Yeah, that's a fair call. Yeah, Hogue probably would. But given that he's never responded whenever I've sent him a message, I'm unlikely to get any sort of answer anytime soon.
Well,
And you definitely won't
a lot
now.
of documents are accessible if they've been filed publicly, but their internal stuff you can't get. But their articles of incorporation, their corporate stuff they filed in Delaware would be available to get. You just have to contact the state of Delaware for that.
Okay, excellent. And out of curiosity, did you know if Delaware's corporate laws are like? I mean, how does it work in the US? Is it state by state in relation to corporations, or is it federally?
Well, yes, it's state by state for corporations. Delaware has some of the most corporate-friendly laws in America, so that's why Twitter is incorporated in Delaware. That's why they're going to Delaware instead of California. So
yeah, I kind of assumed.
There are tons and tons of companies incorporated out of Delaware for their favorable laws.
Okay.
So just quickly before you carry on, Hayden, anyone in chat, Hayden, I'll get you to pin this when I put it out there. This is
what are you doing
the
now?
link for Sean / Potentially Criminals channel. I'll get
of course.
Hayden to link it up the top. And if any of you haven't subscribed, take the time, flick over there. If you click on it with your middle mouse wheel, you can actually open it in a different tab without closing this one. And go and throw my subscription and all the rest of that stuff and junk that's on the dashboard.
There you go. Learn something new. Yeah, Sean. So, because here in Australia, corporations are incorporated. Corporations are governed by our federal legislation. So it's across the board, irrespective of what state you're in. So I can understand why there's why certain states are more favourable than others. I mean. It's the same with divorce law and all that sort of thing. So it's interesting that a lot of the things that we deal with at a federal level, the US sort of has as a state level, so that it differs beyond jurisdictions. But at the same time, things that we would necessarily have as federal stuff. Wait, what did I say? Having it vice versa. We've got certain things that you guys deal with federally at the state level, and the opposite. So I just find that interesting that they've sort of developed in that way. And that's how you know that my brain's slowly dying.
There's actually no difference over here.
Really, it comes down to at the end of the day, like a 9th and 10th Amendment issue. If it's not, the state, it's the state's jobs to handle that. It's not the federal government.
Yeah, let me Google 9th Amendment.
At some point, you're just going to have to memorize the Bill of Rights and the Constitution of America, dude. It comes up often enough in these conversations.
You know how long that is. I don't need to remember. Google does it for me.
Yeah,
Sorry, you were saying, Sean?
Part of me thinks with this whole thing with Elon, he does want to bail because he feels like Twitter does have some issues. But also, I think this is also a great way to force their hand. Say, fine, I don't want it. Now they're screaming and reeing like idiots. Oh no, now you have to sell it. Like, no, now you have to buy this thing. We're gonna force you to buy it. See? And like, I don't think they realize. Okay, great. Now you're giving it to him. You refused to drug your feet for so long. Now you're gonna have to, like, you're forcing the sale. Like, now you can't.
Now they're gonna move for specific performance. Do you think there's any sort of?
I think I understand why the 9th and 10th are so important. So the 9th refers to ensuring rights not specifically covered in the Constitution. And the 10th says that power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states, respectively, or to the people, which means that anything not specifically, if this is my interpretation is correct, anything not specifically stated in the Constitution automatically reverts to state level.
Yeah, and we have the same thing in our Constitution. So anything that's anything that's not enumerated in Jesus, what happened to my screen there? Anything that's not under Section 51 of the Constitution and is not covered by that falls back to the states here as well. I think we've just been a little bit more liberal as to what's actually been incorporated into our Constitution.
Okay. Is that a fair interpretation of those amendments, Sean?
Yes. And sadly, though, over the past 100 years, they were not. They were not treated very well or given the utmost of importance. So,
okay. So, do you think, in your opinion, Sean, do you think that with what's going on with Twitter, if he was to walk away now, do you think that he'd wait the 6-12 months, watch the prices, the share price fall, and then come back maybe with a hostile takeover offer later on down the track, or do you think they've probably barred that in the agreement?
I don't know what the agreement shows, but I mean, Elon Musk is a lot smarter than me. I don't know what his tactical strategy is at this point. But
could he potentially be?
But I like to think. I mean, we would all like to think it's he's going to get out and buy it cheaper. Sure. I still think he thinks, because if he buys it tomorrow, he's going to the stock price will take off like a rocket.
Do we know if his share position is a short?
That wouldn't be public knowledge, I wouldn't think.
Well,
because if his share position is a short at this point, he could make.
Sorry, Sean, you were saying?
I don't know SEC law well enough, but I have the feeling you short somebody and you engage to buy them and you short them at the same time. I'm pretty sure deep beds are going to knock on your door for that. And it's
what if he's got mates in the background to buy Twitter?
I don't think you're going to pay a fine and get out of that one. That there's only
no. What I mean is, like, if he drives the price down, there's another person in the background.
Yeah, well, no, I'm saying that's still going to be like a conspiracy.
Okay, so that's
still collusion. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that's legal, but if you, the way I would say it like this, especially with like publicly traded and federally regulated things, if you're sitting there thinking that sounds like a pretty cool way to do it, it's probably not legal.
Isn't that always the way?
If I can think of it, the SEC has as well.
Oh yeah, and I wouldn't also be surprised if somebody's tried it and did some time in federal prison for that.
Probably. Dan, I'm going to post it in the link for you so you can see where that is. The easiest available copy of the Aussie Constitution is on the APH website, so the Parliament. Sorry, just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, okay, fair enough then. What did I have left in there? I think there was only a paragraph or so to go. He'd agreed to buy Twitter for $54.20 per share, inserting a 420 marijuana reference into his offer price. He sold roughly $8.5 billion worth of shares in Tesla to help fund the purchase, then strengthened his commitments of more than $7 billion from a diverse group of investors, including Silicon Valley heavy hitters like Oracle co-founder Larry Ellison. Jesus, he really actually got in there. Okay. Inside Twitter, Musk's offer was met with confusion and falling morale, especially after Musk publicly criticized one of Twitter's top lawyers involved in content moderation decisions. Well, yeah, just because you don't agree with the lawyer that's running the company, so fucking what? As Twitter executives prepared...
He went a lot farther than that because if you go back and watch like the Joe Rogan and Jack Dorsey interview, when it was him and Tim Pool there, and then it was Jack Dorsey and his, one of the top Twitter lawyers, Vijaya Gad, and she was there. She did a great job being a scumbag lawyer, but she did not help Twitter at all publicly there because, she's the one in charge, and she's like, oh well, and just the whole interview was just awful from that standpoint. She's the one they're talking about, and. I even told Elon, I kept tweeting him like, dude, she made $16 million last year. I'll do it for half the cost. That's how good a deal I am. But she is part of the heavy hand of Twitter's governing power.
Okay. G'day, bloody blah. How are you? No, fair enough. Okay.
Dude, it goes even beyond the 420 joke.
Oh, really?
The whole 5420 is a meme.
Oh, really? People have turned it into a meme, or was it one beforehand?
Well, no, but it's I'm not going to link this because I might be speculating, but 2 days before his offer came out, a particular website listed 50 420 memes to get you high off laughter.
I'd say that look, it may well be, but that to me also sounds like a it could be coincidental.
Most of them are about him.
Oh, okay, that sort of changes. Phil says at this point, Elon has the right to walk away, but also the right to get sued for it too. If they pursue this, we may get the next big legal case to comment on. But Twitter's board has been horrendous. Please, Elon, please. We could use another good case. Davos talks full of
we'd
Twitter
all
cats.
be well aware of how it was happening because we could just follow his battle with Twitter on Twitter.
It's true. Dickie, they're straight up true believers,
Davos.
not even thinking.
Sorry? Dickie's mentioning Davos. Davos is where an Aaron Cruise missile needs to land one day.
The opinions stated on the stream are neither confirmed nor held by any legal associates.
Honestly, at this stage, dude, I think we're beyond the veil on that one.
A random cruise missile.
They're straight up true believers, not even thinking to hide their moves because they think what they're doing to control people is correct. Okay, fair enough, Dickie. All of this will come out in a lawsuit. Yeah, probably. Sentinel Bots, aka Christopher Boozy, dumbass, even has a video on how to manipulate content. Tug has a great video of it. Interesting. Okay. Dances who's devils. Sean, can you handle that at all? Save me having to Google a guy or place?
Davos is Davos, Switzerland, where the world elites all meet to do some of their World Economic Forum and Illuminati shit every year. So
okay.
That's why it wouldn't be bad for an Aaron Cruise missile to show up there.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of Illuminati shit,
that's where they're planning on making us eat the bugs and live in. So.
Did you, Sean? Did you see the report that came out the other day about the group of scientists working for? Now, this is not. I have not had time to research this. It was passed on to me by a tin hat friend. So, go and research at your own discretion. But the Large Hadron Collider, or one of them, one of the world's biggest particle accelerators. Apparently, someone put out a statement that they were attempting to, or that they believed they could, open doorways to other dimensions. And I'm just thinking, have they not watched Stranger Things?
More to the point, have they not watched The Mist or read half of Stephen King's works?
Or better yet, what's the... Oh, I can't even remember it now. The game's gone out of my head. Oh my God, how do I forget the name of this game?
Well, there's also Doom. Don't forget that.
Well, the game
That's
before
true.
that, the game that inspired The Mist.
Oh, I don't.
Half-Life.
All I know is that they turned it back on the 4th of July. So that's all I
Yeah,
know.
well, that's when this report came out. That's when this person came to me and
Yeah.
said, "Did you see they've turned it back on?" And they released a statement saying they actually believe that it could potentially lead to technology allowing the opening of doorways between dimensions and alternate realities.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie though. I think that I'm like, I just want to see if we can do it. Like, I'm on their side. Like, let's just see if we can even make it happen. Like,
and what if the Demigorgon comes through?
I all I know is that look, the video games have taught us you just don't think, oh, they're nice. You just assume everything coming out of it's evil. So that takes care of a lot of problems.
You're not wrong, Sean. Assume worst case scenario, then be pleasantly
hang on
surprised.
a second.
Yes,
How do you know that?
How
do you know that whoever
something bad accidentally wipe out a dimension of very nice very nice beings? Oops.
Yeah.
What I was trying to say before I got muted was, how do we know we're not the Demigorgon going through to their dimension?
I mean, that's
a good point.
That's some I Am Legend shit right there. Are we the vampire now?
Yeah, are we the evil entering their world?
I'm okay with that.
Well, we will run out of resources eventually. We're gonna need some from somewhere. So
just love the way he phrased that. He thought about it, pondered it, rolled it over, weighed it against his moral conscience, and decided he was okay with that.
Well, I mean, if you're, think about it. If you're in Doom and you're the hell monsters coming through, they can't, okay, well, at least you don't have to worry about you're the Great White. Nobody's coming to eat you. So it's okay then to go do you're gonna go time travel and go through inner dimensions. You're also the baddest motherfucker in the multiverse. Okay, sure. Let's go risk it.
Yeah. I don't like it when the wild Hayden disappears into its natural habitat.
Oh, where'd he go?
Uh-oh.
The Australians
Now
got
we
us for
see
plotting against Davos.
one of the rare abilities of the wild Hayden. Almost never seen, he has the ability to camouflage and stand so still as to be invisible.
Tug's bot video is something everyone who cares about the internet freedom needs to see. He details the AH simps trying to find cheap bot programs to drown comment pages and defame the sites they invade. Interesting. Okay. I think Elon pulled off a brilliant plan. Usually selling 8.5 billion in shares would cause panic, but he has an excuse. EV needs electricity, and America will.
He would
going
take
through
such
energy
a
crisis.
massive hit if he sold his shares now. He'd lose 3.2 billion.
Mm.
I don't think you just throw away $3 billion for a lol.
No, look, you're probably right there. I've read that EV ports are being shut down in some places in America. Time is a measure; it doesn't exist.
Heard that.
Okay.
How do you shut down plugs?
Just turn it off. I mean, you can.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who has the power to do that? Other than
companies the companies that service them. So I mean, sorry.
There also is an issue of, as I like to call them, urban copper miners. Generally people who like to indulge in a kind of a crystallized form of amphetamines. They've been cutting the cable for the copper in them.
Yeah, we have.
But I mean, you could shut those off. I mean, there's got to be a way to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought one of the selling points of the EV support network is that they were wired in. Yeah.
Well, they are, but I'm assuming Tesla can shut down all the Tesla ones, like their actual Tesla chargers, wherever they're at.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Tesla has
Because
an
if
off
they can
switch.
shut down, if they can dick with your car, they have that ability. And then there are
surely they
handfuls of-
pre-thought about that.
Yeah, and there are handfuls of stores and hotels that have like a charger in their parking lot. So
Yeah, the supermarket around the corner from me has one. So yeah, I guarantee there'd be something in there that they could flick a switch or whatever. Yeah, no, surprising.
Carry on.
I was going to say, surprisingly, the bigger thing for us at the moment is that we're still having catalytic converters cut out from the from the underside of the cars. So,
Dude, that happened to my wife's work vehicle about 6 months ago. Someone crawled underneath and just cut it out.
Oh, that happens all the time here. All the time that happens here.
Funny thing is, I do a lot of scrap metal, right? Because one of my hobbies is glasswork. So what I often do is I'll go on to various selling sites and I will buy aluminium windows, because with a wooden window, you got to pull the wood apart, blah, blah, blah. But with an aluminium window, 3 screws and you can pull that whole window apart and get that glass out clean. So I usually I save it up throughout the course of a year. I end up with like 50 to 100 kilos of high grade residential aluminium extrusion. And it's heavy. Like it's a lot. It's heavy. And I've got a deal with one of the local metal scrappers to take this stuff at good price, especially if I acid soak it and remove all the paint and everything from it first, and it comes in as clean extrusion. And they will not, even from me, take a catalytic converter. So where the fuck are they selling these things? Yeah, they just won't take catalytic converters.
Well, I suppose you take it to a chop shop and have it melted down, and that way you're handing off slag instead of something that's actually...
Do you know how minute the amount of platinum in a catalytic converter is?
Yeah. You know...
No clue.
Yeah, it's small amounts. But if you have like 1,000 of them, then you got a lot.
But you have to have 1,000 of them, but to make it profitable to melt them down.
Well, if I had to guess, it's getting resold. People are harvesting it, but that's one of those deals where you really got to know somebody who knows somebody. Now here in America, you show up with to some of these recyclers with a U-Haul truck full of cats. They're not going to ask too many questions.
Tell you a more profitable source.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, generally speaking, the only thing you can't turn into most scrapyards is burnt copper, because they can tell you probably stole it and burned all the coating off. So,
ironically, I used to do that with car looms if I broke a car down. I didn't burn it off, but what I would do is I'd use an acid that was strong enough to dissolve the rubber or the plastic coating, but not to damage the copper. And you just literally spend like 6 months just dropping car looms. So you cut the car loom out of the car, you strip the car down, take the parts, sell the parts, take the wiring, and over a year or whatever, drop them all into this 44-gallon drum of acid. And the particular type of acid has activators that only work for a little while. So you drop the copper in, you drop the activators in, it does its thing, and then next time you want to do it, you put more activators in, blah, blah, blah. So it's inert most of the time. Safety thing. Kids can't come along, stick their hand and dissolve because it's gone inert. And I used to take that wiring in, but because they knew my background and what I was doing, I could sell it. But even then, I still couldn't sell a catalytic converter to save my life. Oh no.
Oh shit, we lost Sean. Oh dear. I told you talking over guests was going to annoy them.
I wasn't talking over him. I was talking in between them.
Okay, all right.
I was actually going out of my way to wait to see if there was lag.
Yeah. Hello, beautifully inappropriate. How are you doing? Oh, there he is. Oh, we were worried we scared you off there.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider Sean so easily offended. I would say he can survive me.
Sure.
He survives the American legal system. Shit, I'm nothing.
Don't be scary when you want to.
Yeah, on the tail.
How so?
No, I was just joking. Like, yes, talking about scrap aluminum was so offensive.
I actually heard aluminium manhole covers was a big issue in the States. Like the big square ones.
I didn't know you could. They made aluminum manhole covers.
Yeah,
That just
I was
seems
thinking.
like
Yeah,
surely it had to be.
I'll try and find the documentary. There were these
A lot
big.
of them
They
are
were talking
yeah,
about them.
well,
They were like a meter long by half a meter wide by 2 inches thick.
I mean, yeah, anything that's a solid aluminum casting would be very likely to disappear. But if you start turning in things like sewer lids and things like that, that would draw a lot of attention very quickly. But no, I mean, from my experience, when I used to do road work back in college, all that stuff was cast iron and heavy as hell.
Mm.
What the heck are you doing down there?
Well, he keeps putting me on the bottom, so I figure I'll fucking poke his.
I put you on the bottom because you told me to when we have guests, you dumbass.
Okay, wait. Can you actually order people around and move them around like how you want?
Yeah. Watch. Oh, I have to stay in one place, but I can move you guys around.
Yeah.
What? You're gonna have to tell me how to do this later because I didn't know how to do that.
Sean, he was laughing so hard when Legal Bites was trying to get people to come in sequence to have them in the right order, and then she was putting that other one on the bottom because he was just like, but there's a button.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a button. Shit, I got to figure this out.
It's just kicking people out of the stream and then adding them back in the right order. So
it's just like, also, Hayden, just mute me.
Oh yeah, this is his party.
That didn't fucking work, did it?
No. I still don't know how the fuck you do that. That shouldn't be. But then I can always do this, and that just makes it so much easier because then he has to be quiet.
Oof.
So.
What can he override your mute?
I don't know how. So if I mute him from within the StreamYard.
Yeah. Well, if you mute me, I can unmute myself after a while. Like, try to mute me.
Okay.
Yeah, I can unmute myself as well.
Yeah, because he doesn't know how to do it right.
I can turn it back on.
Interesting. Okay.
He hasn't found the button to hard mute.
So I mean, like the way there are times where like I've used my keyboard and I'm looking up something, and like Joe drives me crazy, so he'll mute me.
Yeah.
And then I just turn it back off. Well, I have when I bought my desktop, I was like, oh, I'm gonna build a rig, like over Thanksgiving last year. After a while, I just looked around. I said, "Screw it, I'm just gonna buy a pre-made one." And then the keyboard is the most obnoxious.
Oh, Sean, you've gone Mr. Roboto on us.
Yeah, data packet.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Oh no, you are back. It's gone.
Beautifully inappropriate. Says, is Bearded having a stroke? I gotta hope not, but we can't see below the table.
No, I was just getting ready to spam chat until you put me back in.
Worse, aluminum has a very low melting point, low enough to melt down at home without a forge. Yep. On the upside, I did just find your mic volume.
Yeah, you can turn it up and down. Damn it.
Hopefully that's a bit better. Oh, very, very mature, dude. Very mature.
Is it better now?
Yeah, that's better.
All right.
Just up top.
Oh, right. Sorry. There we go. I have no idea if any of these people are awake.
Probably, now that you've figured out how to turn people up too,
yeah.
Sean up just a tad.
I can't because he's muted himself.
All right. Oh, and he's going again. It's like musical chairs, but without the music or the chairs.
Yes, Dan, I will once he comes back. Oh, there we go. Let's add to stream. Like settings. Okay, hopefully that should be okay. Did that change your mic settings? No? Good. Okay. All right, fingers crossed that should be okay. Oh, jeepers. Just having a quick look because I've lost all my news articles, which is very, very annoying. Oh, excuse me. Where are we? Saturday. So what's the day got on for you, Sean? How's things? It's I mean, it's probably what, early morning Saturday for you at the moment, isn't it? All right, we'll try again. How do I know when any of these people are actually on or not? Oh, I know. I'll try the Discord. God, that's just one more thing for me to learn how to use, you know? Hate that you brought that into my life, dude.
What?
Discord.
No,
No, Sean, we
Discord's
can't.
great once you become comfortable with it. Yeah, no, we can't.
Yeah, but there's comfortable and then there's understanding what the fuck you're supposed to be doing.
Nothing. You literally
8:30 a.m. PST. Okay, fair enough.
What's PST? What's 8:41?
Pacific Standard Time. It's what the time is in America at the moment.
At night?
Morning.
Yeah, true. That means Scott's been asleep for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to be dropping in anytime soon. At least I would hope not. I'd have to kick his ass back to bed. And given that Farron was on Ricada for so long as well, I think
she'll be zonked, bro.
Yeah. What's that? Hang on. There is actually a severe problem with reported thefts of manhole covers. Really? In California, it's almost noon on the East Coast. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. I do genuinely like being the whole morning show for the US. It seems to suit me well.
Just on a side note, what's with the fucking stupid hand gesture Ezra Miller keeps fucking pulling in all his photos?
Ezra Miller? I actually don't pay that much attention to them.
I don't either, but I just clicked on a Twitter of a person I've just followed, and yeah, they happen to be discussing Ezra.
Sean's gone again. Okay. California is the center of the world. Haven't you heard? Status quo, you smart ass. Oh, dude, that was good. I'll give you that. Yes, remember to go give Sean some love and subscribe to his channel if you haven't already. I dare say the majority of you already have. I think we share quite a bit of viewership, but at the same time, get over there. Okay? Yeah, look, I'm not quite sure what the hell that's all about. He makes various hand gestures, doesn't he? I mean, what's with the...
It's the same every time. Like, he folds back his middle fingers, but then he, like, squeezes them together. It's like the rock and roll thing, but inverted, and I can't even do it. My fingers are too fat to put the tips of my outside fingers together.
Oh, it's this thing. That fucking hurts. That's hurting my hand to try and do that. Although,
yeah, I can't even fucking get them to go that close together. My fingers are too fat. So how the fuck does he do that? I've actually got to like, ow, broke one.
Well done. Oh, all right. What I'm gonna do?
All right, let's try this again. Can you guys finally hear me?
So much better.
Loud and clear.
Yeah. I'm actually gonna drop the volume slightly. There we go. Let's try that.
Jeez, that was so hard. I was talking, nothing was happening. Oh,
oh, jeez, isn't that annoying?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's just about noon here on Saturday. So,
okay, fair enough.
Yeah. Now, hey, I have a question for you, Hayden. I know you don't do criminal stuff, but if I showed up with a gram of marijuana oil, cannabis oil, in Australia, I assume I would be facing, multiple years in prison there, correct?
Multiple.
That's
Or
actually a very good question.
Pretty
It sort
huge.
of it depends on the state you're in. Hang on, let me just double check with the practice manual.
I'm interested to see what he say because I thought it was only legal if it was already in, not coming in.
No, because I know that you can import it, so it's whether or not you're actually able to bring it with you or not.
Ironically, over here we had 2 referendums last year, one to legalise euthanasia and one to legalise cannabis. Euthanasia passed, cannabis didn't.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Cannabis only got like 49%, 49.9 or something like that.
Yeah, I was only bringing it up because there's an American citizen who brought that to Russia and is now in kind of deep crap.
Oh, is that
it's understandable.
basketball player?
Yep, that's her. Yeah.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Okay.
That's political gerrymandering by Russia because of the sanctions.
That's part of it, but I think she would still be in trouble even if we weren't dealing with all this too.
But they would probably be willing to like swap for her if it wasn't for the current situation.
Short order cook. I gotta love that. That was good. I'll give you that one. The state you're in, not the state you're in. Yeah. So look, there's two views on it. So I think bringing it into the country, you're going to fall under the Immigration Act issues. I think provided, actually, you know what? I'm not 100% sure. To be perfectly honest with you, Sean, what I might do is I'll get back to you on it. Immigration, drugs of dependency. Because certainly, so here in Victoria, you can that was close. If you've got a large quantity of a drug of dependence, so if it's not for personal use, then you can obviously get done with drug trafficking, which is 15 years or a fine up to 1,800 penalty units, so 180 odd thousand. Or depending on if it's commercial quantity, then you're looking at 25 years. So. I think you have to actually have a proper license to be able to cultivate it here as well. But in terms of medical use, yeah, I think that'd be fine. It's probably bringing it into the country, I'd say, would still be a big no-no, basically.
I figured it'd be a no-no. I was just like I said, I was just assuming okay, it can't be as bad as Russia, but apparently a lot of countries it is pretty bad to bring in even a vape full of it.
Oh, dude, you go to Indonesia, you're on death row for irrespective of how much you bring.
Well, is Indonesia the one where they shoot you with the machine gun they put on a tripod, or is that Malaysia, I think, that does that? Or is that Thailand, maybe?
No, I'm pretty sure that's Indonesia.
That's Indonesia with the machine gun. They strap you to a board and they pull the lever.
Where are we? Use of prisoners are woken in the middle of the night, taken to a remote, undisclosed location, and executed by firing squad. The method has not changed since 1964. The prisoner states their final request, which the prosecutor may grant when deemed feasible, and does not obstruct the execution process. The blindfolded prisoner is led to a grassy area where they where they have an option to sit or stand. The firing squad is composed of 12 soldiers who shoot from a range of 5 to 10 meters, aiming for the heart. Only 3 out of 5 bullets are live. The rest are blanks, well, obviously. If they survive the shot, the commander is required to shoot the prisoner in the brain with his own weapon. Fuck.
Yeah, that's so that the people shooting don't suffer murderer's grief or remorse. So no soldier knows whether he fired the lethal shots or not.
Yeah, no, I get the whole point of having the blanks in some of the guns. It's more that then the commander has to be the one to pull the trigger. Like, that's just harsh.
That's throughout history. Earliest examples were that I can think of.
Yeah.
Reference like the Napoleonic Wars. Traitors or deserters were put in front of a firing squad, and if they survived, then they would have a red piece of cloth inserted over their heart. And if they were alive, firing squad commander would come in, place his pistol point blank against that piece of red cloth, and fire a fatal shot.
Bloody well says if they survive the shot, 12 soldiers need to look for a new job.
Yeah. If the shots aren't even close, yes, those other soldiers would be subject to discipline if they, didn't do their job right. But I was looking it up. It was Thailand. They used to do that with the
machine
they took
gun.
a mounted machine gun and they don't do it anymore.
He says you've turned me down too much.
Yep, I'm pulling you up now. Oh God, don't clip that. From the looks of it, Indonesia, the last person was an Indonesian national, 39-year-old male, convicted of drug trafficking, and that was the last time that I think they did it. I think there might be someone. Yeah, they executed eight of the Bali 9 from Australia. Yep. Oh, jeez. North Korea is where he executed a relative with an anti-aircraft gun, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
Worse than that. I've heard stories of people being fed to pigs.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, they turned to the front and they just blew them apart.
Oh damn, we lost Sean again.
No, I'm here. Yeah, no, they strapped the guy to the front of an AA gun and blew him apart.
Fuck. Look, it's not only that they were
the pig story.
Yeah, that's ooh.
They could go full Dr. Strangelove and
True.
strap a convicted killer to a ICBM being planned for a missile test.
I almost feel like that's. No, actually, I'm not going to say that on a live stream. In Arab,
so that we can enjoy it.
In Arab Muslim countries, they use AK-47s for this. The criminal definitely dies. Damn brain injury. I ought to know this one, and I don't. Oh, sorry, Dickie. If you think of it, let us know. Show 9 new tweets. Let's see what else we got floating around out there. What's trending? Out of curiosity. So, Sean, have you seen what's happening with Tug as of 2 hours ago or whatever it was?
Happening with who?
That umbrella guy.
Oh no! What happened?
Looks like he's put out more letters from Twitter, basically specifying that people are continuing to make the reports using German law. So Kripke will be nice and happy about this.
I am so sad I've never gotten one of those because I would love to just say this violates the law in Germany. I don't give a fuck. I love. Yeah, it's like we've determined, whatever. Okay, cool. People keep reporting it. This is where I think Twitter should not be bringing that up at all for people. Although I guess theoretically that's good to know because let's say he's violating German law. Does that mean if he went to Germany on a trip he could be arrested? I mean, I don't know. But overall, I think Twitter is doing that as a way to chill people's speech, trying to scare them.
Yeah. No, fair enough. Alrighty, where are we? I can probably close the weed prices in Melbourne. Don't necessarily need to know that. NMP. Okay. All right. Tug's laughing it off. Boozy did that. Fake bots. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
The Boozy guy is ridiculous. His webpage he put together, it's and I don't know if you've gone on there, but you can go on to his thing. It's called Bot Sentinel, and you can type in your Twitter handle, and it'll tell you if it thinks you're a bot or not based on your activity.
Interesting. Okay, let's have a look.
Yeah, and it basically says if you're a bot, it's like you're bad. It's why because you're engaging, and you could be. It tries to claim the words you use can be considered harmful or that you're a bot. I mean, but it's one of those deals where everybody who disagrees with me is a bot. I love that when you type out an actual argument, they're like, "Oh, you must be a bot." It's like, yes, you are correct. I am an automated response.
Well, apparently I haven't been on Twitter enough for them to actually care because it keeps saying we're unable to process the request. Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Llama Bean, where's Kiwi? Oh, Jesus.
You scared her away.
Good. Speaking of which, I should probably put something out here.
She just wanted to see Sean.
Well,
guys, have you ever met Llama Bean, Sean?
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
it looks like I just did.
She's agreed to come back just to say hello, but she's a bit scared of Hayden.
Hello. Guys, I do have to get going. I got some stuff I got to work on today. It's actually a very beautiful day here. So,
thanks for stopping by, dude. Anytime,
Yeah.
It's
and
great.
Don't forget to hit me up on Discord about that plan we have for Mr. Hayden here.
What?
Yeah, I'm
Oh God, what are you doing, man?
Anyway, I just I'm glad to know I kind of walked in on the peak awkwardness earlier, so I know it can't get much worse.
Oh, now you're giving me a challenge, Sean. Now you're giving me a challenge. Actually, that reminds me, people. While we have various people here, I did upload yesterday's stream in 2 parts. The first part is in relation to the geeky, nerdy stuff. Second part, probably my most controversial video to date. Kiwi was not here, so I sort of went all in when I went and actually went through the Depth Delusion Reddit page. So,
I'll have to watch that. So I kept on clicking over, and you were busting your way through packs of cards. So I was like, but I'll go back through for that.
Yeah, no, I split it up because basically the first couple of hours I was just sort of sitting back trying to take some time to relax and that sort of thing. But when I actually got into a regularly scheduled Law Patrol program, I didn't really have much planned, so I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll just go and see what the Depth Delusion has today. It's become a bit of a guilty pleasure for me because I'm still hoping to get on that fucking list.
Do they still have that list up? I thought they took it down.
The page itself is still accessible. It's not viewable on Reddit itself, but if you have the link, you can access it.
Okay.
So presumably the author is still because there's when I go on there's occasionally updates on that sort of thing. So
am I still listed as an R. Kelly supporter?
It's actually a good question. Let me have a quick look. Where's my bookmarks gone? Yes. R. Kelly supporter claims the SADV child porn charges against R. Kelly were false. So yeah, that's still sitting there, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah.
But any changes, I'll let you know.
I'm glad to know. Glad to know. All right. Well,
have a good day, Sean. Thanks for stopping by.
All right. I'll see you guys. Take care.
The sunshine, Sean.
Thanks.
All right. Where are we?
He still owes me a squad match.
Well, I mean, it was. I was talking to him the other night. Discord was showing him still playing squad at like 2 or 3 a.m. their time, and he was like, I
think he falls asleep playing squad, and it just gets left logged in. No, I felt a bit bad earlier. He messaged me to just chat on Discord, and I was in the middle of a stream.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh no, but I really, really want to have this conversation.
Okay, what the fuck have you got percolating in the background? It was bad enough that you kicked me out of Scott's stream earlier today. Which, by the way, before next time before you start talking, I'm giving you a heads up.
We realised the other one was there.
I was still there, right up until the point where you said, "What was it? What are the odds of something happening in the next few hours?" I went, "Oh fuck, gone." Because he kicked me out. That wasn't me. I didn't remove myself. I was trying to hit the button because I had Scarlet laying on my arm.
And then we realised there was another one. He'd put you backstage by mistake. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, at least you didn't hear the important bit. Just yeah, if it happens, you'll find out. Well, Scott's here. Scott, the person that we talked about contacting before, I'm currently in contact with them. So you should Twitter me. Send me a bird message.
Oh, Scott says send him a link. Can you handle it? Oh,
yes, I can. As soon as I grab this, because I've also got to send somebody a link to the Discord. We have another Discord mod joining.
Lovely.
Senor Squirrel.
Hello. Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Secret Skills coming. Hey, mate, sorry.
Well, they'll get none of they'll be going to the Discord.
So stripes removed.
They
still would love to do a stream with a fellow Aussie. Yeah, no, Bad Call. I was actually going to drop in when you were on with the expert and that sort of thing. I just didn't, unfortunately, get the time to. So,
I like the expert.
Oh, he's hilarious. And I keep trying to set up an actual Twitter thing so that I can just send links to everybody. But every time I add a group,
link in Twitter.
Every time I add someone to the group, I keep forgetting someone. And then I'm like, oh shit! Now I've got to make an entirely new group. But each time I do that, I feel like I'm pissing everybody off. So I just need to make one group where I can just send the links without it being any sort of an issue. So, but anyway, all right. Well, Scott's jumping in. I'm going to drop out for a second and go use a little boys' room.
I'm going to let him have a freebie on this one and not do the bearded Attenborough on the urination and fecal habits of the wild Hayden, who is a shy wee animal and prefers to do his business outside the view of people who might be watching. Well, I guess I just did, so there we go. Hey, Scott. No, he's not here yet. Where is he? Oh dear God, the silence is deafening. When I was a wee girl growing up on the farm, I used to be tortured in my dreams by the screaming of the lambs. It's like, bitch, you had one fucking job. The movie's called fucking Silence of the Lambs, not fucking Screaming of the Lambs. You fucked up. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough film left to correct the error.
Whoops, probably should have actually waited until he was in here so I could actually let him in.
We were just listening to Bearded Edinburgh. It's fine. You didn't miss anything.
Of course. You are not getting advance warning. Get him, Bearded. Phil, he knows he's on thin ice. I have plenty of dirt on him. It will be mutually assured destruction, but fuck it.
And look, this one down here can go full cowboy hat.
Full cowboy hat.
Let me put an emote in stream chat.
Please do, so that you can clarify that.
I don't think I'll need to after this.
Testing. Is my mic working?
Yeah, all good.
As a testimony to our friendship, I have not done anything this morning except check into your except what I'm doing right now. I have not even said.
Oh, what is going on?
Go to my cats yet. Think about that. That's a big deal. Was that last night, or is YouTube taking it down because Bearded Apostle sounded so much like Paul McCartney that maybe I got to.
Oh yeah, no, that's still there.
They thought that was the actual Hey Jude.
No. We're all good in that regard.
So?
If I'm honest, if I'm perfectly honest, my video of trying to sing like Jimmy Barnes is going to get taken down long before he gets copy strike for trying to sound like the Beatles. So
comforting to know. Imagine if that happened. Imagine if it sounded so much like Paul McCartney that they complained. Like, no, this has got to be him. Like, no, it's not. It's live. Look, can't you see? Like, no, he's probably lip syncing. They're trying to do that to probably just fool the record company. That'd be a fun battle and get entire LawTube on board. Everybody in LawTube would have to watch it in order to confirm. We'd have to spread it around. We'd probably have to do all sorts of things. But yeah. So all right, what have I missed? That was some great singing last night. We have Trish to thank for that, don't we?
Yeah, that's sort of why he's been good, because I did actually I've got that preloaded in case I need it in the background, but I also lived up to my promise on the stream last night of actually doing a recording of me singing Working Class Man, which he has yet to actually see. But
yeah,
he did upload it to YouTube, so he can send us the link.
Is that a Men with Hats song or something?
No, it's Jimmy Barnes, Working Class Man. I used to belt that out at school all the time. That was whenever we had the talent show and that sort of thing. And it's just actually I'm dating myself there, but anyway.
What was that 80s group, that Down Under song? Who was that?
Men at Work, Land Down Under. Yep.
Men at Work. That was a big hit.
So I think CG what
still play that on the radio.
Oh yeah, it's one of those ones that you
gets
can't...
as much airplay as "Come On Eileen." Did you ever hear the song "Come On Eileen"? Do you know that song?
Yes. It's actually a pretty famous video of some of Kiwi's Kingsmen taking the piss out of that song after they played it on the radio, and it's what do they say? Somebody get her a towel. Let's come on, Eileen.
Yeah,
people just lost it.
Yeah, there's some bad jokes about that. Like, what's worse than Grease on Olivia Newton-John? Come on, Eileen.
Come on, Eileen.
Yeah,
that's terrible.
But when I've seen the video, because I like to watch a lot of these old 80s videos because they're so much fun, and I thought they were like last night. Somebody was talking about Kate was talking about Tug, right? Because Tug is from Kentucky or something like that. And it's like, is that accent real? And it's like, no, that's a Southern accent. He talks like a Southerner. That's what I mean. Tug sounds like that because that's what people sound like, and it's great. But and obviously he's not a New Yorker. But when I first saw that Come on Eileen, I thought they were Southerners, because Southerners kind of dress like that, with the overalls. I don't want to make a big broad statement like that, but I'm just saying, nobody in Boston's looking like.
Yeah.
Dude, have you gone back and looked at that video?
But they weren't. They're not
night?
American. No, I haven't seen it since I was 6. I'm just saying.
No, not that one. The one we did last night.
No, I no. It's like noon here, and I was up for over 24 hours, and I'm like, I got to rest my brain. So what am I missing? How many people have watched it?
Last I looked, actually. Speaking of which, I'll go have a look now.
Yeah. So Hayden, this is great.
Yeah.
What you can do in the future is
2K.
Use this thing with yes, you have this footage to use against him for whatever reason you'd want, but you could also make some pact right now that every time somebody gives you $100 super chat in the future, he will be singing something.
Don't.
I'm not going to lie.
No.
I posted in the chat last night, you son of a bitch, why have you not done this on my channel?
Because I never thought it would work. I didn't think it would work.
Of course it was fucking going to work. Are you kidding me? Listening to a Kiwi belt out a song? Jesus.
Yeah, but will it work ever again, though, now that he's done it? Now that people know what
because no one will want to suffer.
Yeah.
True. I suppose I could actually say, do super chats. Otherwise, I will release my video of me singing, and that's 3 minutes that will make your ears bleed.
You are keeping an eye on StreamYard, right?
What? Maybe we could do like a law tube.
Just in case.
Maybe we could do like a law tube choir. We could do like the law tube versus history tube choir, and Rob and Runkle will have to be on both probably. But yeah, we could take turns. So we'll have like Rakeda and Nate and all of them. They could all sing, and we'll come up with some songs, and then we'll swip. We need some more people in history.
Yeah, I really don't know what's going on. That's the second time. It happened to Sean and it's happened to Scott. Sorry. Yeah.
You're breaking up really badly. Sorry, Scott. Massive data packet loss.
I'm standing still. I was walking around.
Yeah, no, I'm not quite sure what it's about because we were having the same issue with Sean before as well. So I don't know if maybe there's just something in the connection between Australia and the US or whatever. But
well, I was walking around, so that could have been.
Okay.
I'm sitting still right now.
CG's asked, do we have accents in Australia and New Zealand that would be considered rural countryside accents? Yes. Here we call them bogans. There are parts of Victoria where I'll go and I still can't understand a fucking word people say.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, in New York City, I'll give you an example. So in Manhattan, it's really, maybe it's because I'm from Manhattan, but it's the most mild accent. But then you go into things like, Brooklyn, that like you've got this deep sound. And then you got Queens, and Queens is a little bit lighter. It's a little bit lighter than Queens. And then you got Long Island. Long Island, it kind of drags out the vowels. So come visit Long Island, you guys. Come out there. And then you got the Bronx. Yeah, I'm from the Bronx. What about it? You got something to say? I'm from the Bronx. And so they also have the vowels, and those actually get extended out also. And then you got New Jersey. Come to New Jersey. Anytime you want to come to New Jersey, come visit. We're here in New Jersey. You can go to New York if you want to, but come to New Jersey. Jersey's beautiful. And so you've got that. I can keep going, by the way. But then Boston.
I've spent enough time with you to understand you. I hope Stream is you coming through. Is Stream able to follow, just with the background static that we're getting?
Yeah, the funny thing is, he hasn't said a single word that I haven't understood.
I followed the whole thing because I've spent so many hours listening to him that it's like.
And when I went to Boston for the first time, I was looking for their park, right? They have a beautiful park, but New York City has Central Park, which is enormous. So I was in Boston, and I kept saying, where's the park? And this guy's like, the park? I'm like, no, the park. The park? You're looking for the park? And I'm like, no, the park. The park. He's like, the park. You're in the park. You're in the park. So I said, oh, okay. So it's interesting, and Boston's only about 4 hours from New York. So it's just amazing how these accents work, that you could just go, 15 minutes away, go to another neighborhood, and the accents are completely different in the United States. And but you're saying you don't have that in Australia? You'd have to go pretty far.
Well, look, I wouldn't say far. I mean,
that talks a bit different.
No, look. I mean, look. There's different suburbs in Melbourne where you can go to, and you won't. Yeah, I can. You're breaking up, but I can hear you. There's different suburbs in Melbourne, so you can travel from one side of Melbourne to the other, and you can still be meeting people that don't necessarily speak the same language of English or the same variation. But I mean, like if you head right out into the sticks, by the time you factor in colloquialisms and all sorts of things, it can be difficult just to understand what someone's saying.
Yeah. So I think it's mainly as far as the United States that you've got the Northeast, you get all around New York. But yeah, once you get into Vermont, New Hampshire, you've got different accents, but definitely in the South. So when Tug talks, his accent's a bit strong, I could say. But you've got places like Florida where there's nobody has an accent, really. That
maybe
there's no
another
Florida accent. Because nobody's from Florida. I mean, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
You have people that just moved to Florida because it's warm. And so Florida is just a big mix of everybody. And then, you've got the big cities also. But it's interesting when you watch old movies and you see, like, Gone with the Wind, and you've got the Southerners, like the Southern lady, the Southern gentleman, and that's kind of cool. And like I said, you're just talking about hours away, and there's the accent video last night. So that's good.
Yep.
People seem to, now they want you to sing Peter Frampton songs next. You're going to have to brush up on your Peter Frampton.
Peter Frampton? Oh, Jesus.
Do you know who that is?
Nope.
Yeah.
Might be
he's
beyond my...
He's popular in the 70s. You know what's interesting? about a lot of famous rock stars is like Peter Frampton, and I don't really know anything about his career except for maybe 3 songs which were hits, and still, in the United States, if you have a hit, it doesn't matter when it is, they play it to death on the radio for the next 100 years. And so you might not know who Peter Frampton is. I might not be able to recognize him, but I know his 3 hit songs because it's on the radio. Yeah. But what's interesting about somebody like that is he actually grew up with David Bowie. They were very good friends when they were kids.
Yeah.
And you have that with a few other people like David Bowie. Yeah. It's kind of interesting when you hear stuff like, wait a minute, you guys were friends when you were kids? And then they both became famous because, they helped each other over the course of time. As one gets some level of success, they help their friends along. But, you never really know it. It's not like they sit around talking about it. What's that?
CG sent through a super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat, CG. Asking me to do a Bogan exit. Yeah, mate, how's it going? You been down to the Bottle-O yet? Picked up a 6-pack of VB? We're going to go see the V8s? Can't wait to get out there and smoke a couple of doughies. That's a terrible Bogan accent.
And this, folks, is a very special occasion. Almost never do we hear the Wild Hater communicating in its secret language.
Oh my God.
That it only reveals when its intention is to mate.
You wanker.
Okay, so there is a comment about your singing in the comments. I don't know if you've noticed that. So
No, I don't
let's
know
see.
if I've looked.
Bearded Apostle, you really did good, especially your solo. See that? So if that's not encouragement, I don't know what is.
I shall take some small comfort.
Good to know. What do you think about Sing Along Saturday?
Sounds like a good idea, honestly.
Sing Along Saturday on your channel. Yeah.
Oh, Sing Along Saturday here.
Actually, which would be fun.
Yeah.
We could do Well, is it Saturday still or Sunday? Saturday
just hit Sunday. Yeah.
We could do a sing along Saturday or something on my channel, and then afterward I could direct. I don't know how to do it yet on StreamYard, but there's a way to direct to another channel because I see people doing that, and we could actually do a sing along. It could continue on your channel, and so maybe you'll get a bunch of the people in the audience to do that. Do you have the paid version of StreamYard?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so how many people can you bring on board? Like 10, 5? I don't know.
10. Yep.
The lowest one is.
Oh yeah, no,
that's what I've got. And I think. Yeah. But that would be interesting to do like a few sing-alongs on mine because people seem to really like it, and unless they were drunk, which is entirely possible.
Yeah,
you never know. But but give it some thought. I was going to say a justification might be, well, okay, we're going to do the Australian, whatever you guys call it, national anthem or something. But who the hell knows? But who the hell knows what that is outside of Australia?
True.
Right.
Diggy says it's a copyright nightmare. No, look, Diggy, so as long as we're just singing the songs without the music, we should be perfectly fine. It's transformative. It's fair use. It's for research purposes.
Yes.
So everyone can research exactly how bad my karaoke is.
And we can see, I think we shouldn't have a problem finding some karaoke that's copyright free because
there's got to be.
Like I was saying, I hired some actual singers in the past to sing some parodies of mine, and they went and grabbed some karaoke, and they've been on one of the videos has been on YouTube since 2012 at least. Maybe the others have too. I don't remember. I'd have to look, but they never got taken down. They're on a channel that I don't even use, and I don't tell anybody
Mhm.
about. But either way,
I
it would have
know
been
what it is.
taken down by now.
Yeah, no, I've looked into it.
What's that?
There are usage rules for karaoke, and I want to double check them with a couple of American lawyers, but there is a way it can be done where the music can be used.
Apparently, there's
Yeah.
a channel
okay,
called
there's a channel
Sinking that
here
does
that
it as
says-
well.
Okay. And there's a channel that says non-copyright karaoke. There's another one that says, can I use karaoke track for my YouTube cover? So I can do a little research on this and see. Oh, here's the Wellerman that you guys talked about. Karaoke
Yeah, that's a cool
instrumental
song.
version.
That's a nice
Royalty-free
instrument.
download.
It's a heritage song.
Yeah. Well, hopefully there's more than just that. Otherwise, we'll be doing that song for the next 20 years.
Well, it could be worse.
I did get a really nice comment on. Well, I've had a few nice comments actually on the video that you and I did the other day. The Now Then and Yes to When.
Oh, look, they got Fleetwood Mac karaoke.
Ooh.
Yeah, Tess.
Nice. And ABBA.
A viewer said. Yeah, a viewer said, oh, now I've lost it. Just at the beginning, but I'm already hooked. You're already in my top 10 to watch. That was cool. I liked that.
Nice.
That was reassuring.
That's pretty awesome.
That is awesome.
Another comment was, I loved the intro. It was so real. Teaching about NZ is a cool idea. Most people don't know who we are. So,
well, we'll get it going. It'll be cool.
Yeah.
We'll try. I just can't believe nobody's doing it. I gotta see sing along. Let's see. Yeah, there's no sing-alongs. There's like one person doing it, or they're playing it. It's like animated. How is nobody doing this? Oh, we got to do this. And we got to do it quick because before Pickles or somebody decides to do it themselves. Let's see. Edit that part. All right, let's do the first one. You want to do it later on today or tonight, whenever?
No sing-alongs. No sing-alongs at 2 a.m.
Yeah, 2 a.m. with the 4-year-old in the house might be a bit bad.
What time is it there now? It's
4 a.m. Kiwi time, 2 a.m. my time.
No, tomorrow.
Oh.
No, tomorrow morning for you. Tomorrow for you guys, like we did yesterday.
Oh, about the same time.
Yeah. No. We'll do it later on, much later.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We could do it before your next show, like a couple of hours before your next show.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. So as long as we can set up a time. And thank you, Kim, for sending me that link in Discord as well. I very much appreciate that. She sent me a link so I can work out time zones and that sort of thing. So,
like if we did it 8 o'clock my time, 8 p.m., that's...
What are you... The Aussie Mozzie? Lady Dingo... Okay, firstly, why have you changed your name? Hello, good to see you. But, g'day. What do we think? I think everyone was worried Farron would get a strike every time she sings.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to start doing shows at 8 o'clock p.m.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh, did we lose him? Fair enough. Hopefully the copyright would allow where the host is. Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, most welcome, Hayden. It's a great universal globe tool to get others to know you're in their time zone. Don't know how it is country or if it... Well, the trouble is, I think when we all sign up to YouTube, we agree to be bound by the copyright laws as it stands in the US.
No, it's your country.
Is it?
Yeah.
Then exactly why...
Copyright laws in your country.
Okay, so then exactly why is A&E copywriting me when they can't?
Because they can't, and you can counterclaim it. You can ask for a review, and
Farron?
Yeah. The only downside to reviews is that you have to dox yourself to review.
Oh, Farron sings, doesn't she? Actually, I kind of thought about that last night.
You're
wouldn't it be interesting
already doxed.
if we got one person who really knew how to
Well, yeah, it's not really a problem for me because I'm not.
Oh, I heard
Oh,
Scott cracking
hello.
in there.
We've got someone backstage. Hello.
Oh, bring him up. Bring him forward. Bring him forward.
Okie dokie.
Hey, how you doing? I was just clicking around StreamYard links.
Okay, Scott's come back again.
Hey, good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that might be better. There we go.
Hayden, someone I thought you might like to meet.
Can you hear me?
Hey.
Yeah, Scott, we can hear you.
Yeah. Did you have a happy birthday, my brother? Eric?
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry. I didn't know who was talking to whom.
Okay.
Yeah, I did yesterday.
I'm good. 21 years old. That's so awesome.
Again, right? I've been 21 for decades, my friend. I'm no longer a drinking age. I'm a multiple of it.
Perfect. That's the way to do it.
Oh, yes, but are you going to have multiple shots with Rakita later?
No comment. No.
I know that's the best answer.
No. Go ahead.
Sorry, Scott. Go ahead.
I was going to say, there's a lot of people in the world that think we live in a computer simulation, So like when there's things like deja vu, you think, well, God, how did that happen? And it's so interesting that your friend, that his handle is Lord Buckley. And the fact that he means Lord Buckley in the same way that I mean Lord Buckley. I mean, what are the chances? It was really interesting because almost nobody knows who this guy is.
That's the point.
Yeah. Lord Buckley, for you guys who don't know, he was this really legendary comedian in the 40s and 50s. And he was so, I hate to say ahead of his time, but he was a freaking ahead of his time. I mean, he just did things that were absolutely remarkable. He took, historic monologues and he would just contemporize it. He does the exact opposite of what I did. I do Lord Buckley. And so he kind of would take like Lincoln's speech or just something. Yeah, Naz, yeah. And he made it kind of hip and cool and said it with all this slang. And nobody knows what the heck he's talking about half the time, back then. But it was so poetic and so beautiful. But what was fascinating, he was the inspiration. George Harrison knew who he was, 20 years later, right? And that was
Lenny
great.
Bruce.
Yeah. And the end to his life wasn't particularly well, but when he told me that he knew where Lord Buckley lives, I've been asking people forever where Lord, and I asked people in Hollywood. I mean, like serious Hollywood people that I've met, and I'm like, "Do you know?" And they look at me like, "No." I'm like, "How do you not know? This is Lord Buckley's house." They're like, "No, don't know." So anyway, that made my day just knowing that he knows where Lord Buckley lives.
Well, in fairness,
this
Mark
is the Lord Buckley of Crackerbox Palace.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sure. To be fair, Mark actually does that deliberately because it's an insider thing. He uses that name to see if people will know who the hell it is, and then that's how he can gauge who he's talking to.
Oh, right. Well, Scott Cardinal now is part of that elite club, I guess.
There you go.
With esoteric knowledge that's absolutely useless to most people in the world. But it's like, yeah, I can talk about Lord Buckley. But it's interesting, though. I'll just tell you guys something really quick. Yeah. George Harrison was very religious. And he talked about, like, my sweet Lord, right? And so he's referencing, Krishna, right? And he did that over and over and over again. And in the song Crackerbox Palace, there's a line that's saying, know that the Lord, is inside of you. And in that particular instance, in that particular song, he was not referencing God. He was referencing Lord Buckley. And he said it himself. So it's not like us Lord Buckley fans are saying, oh, he's talking about Lord Buckley. No, he said it himself that he was referencing Lord Buckley. So I thought that was pretty cool. So great. Well, how many people have bubbled to the surface who actually know this, though?
A few, but not many. Most, Mark has taken us all for a journey, and I'm learning from Mark. But it's a weird situation because Mark knows everybody. I mean, personally, like he knows them. It's like when Gilbert Gottfried died, that was heartbreaking because Mark used to run around with them.
Yeah.
So that gives you an idea. And I can't go into the details, but I believe Mark's father played with Lenny Bruce.
Nice.
Who was one of the musicians who, kind of played. They had opening bands for comedians, etc. back then. So, yeah, Mark is just like, he's lived, 8 or 9 lives.
Yeah. Very cool. Yeah, that was a great show. Yeah, that was, people...
Cut in for a second, because I saw a question in chat. Scott, you know him the best. Why don't you introduce our surprise guest because Hayden's dumbstruck. And
Yeah,
I don't
I'm a
think he
little
can
bit
put a
starstruck. I'm not
sentence
going to lie.
together at the moment.
Good God. Why?
Oh, you don't know that he's here? I mean, you didn't know.
Now
he was
you
coming?
know what me and Scott were planning earlier. when
Oh,
you
okay,
eavesdropped.
yeah.
Mr. Hunley, please excuse this. I need to get this out. Kiwi, you son of a bitch! You should have given me a heads up. I would have been so much more prepared for this.
It wouldn't have been as funny.
Oh, okay. Eric, thank you so much for being here. This is awesome. Yeah, we were talking last night. We're like, who would be great? You know, who would be great on the show? And I'm like, Eric. He was like the first one I said. I'm like, that would be great. And so that's awesome.
It's
Right, well,
ironic too because
I'll stay out of the way.
Just the other day, I was watching Eric's breakdown on even Rachel Wood.
Yeah. So did you tell Eric he's here to sing?
Nope.
You haven't
And it ain't
pointed
gonna
that out?
happen.
How
Do
many,
you know
how
about
many hundreds?
Know what happened last night, Eric? On my live stream? I did
Bite me, Phil.
Okay. I'm a little bit of an expert on this house in Henley-on-Thames in England. It's called Friar Park. And it's a beautiful English country estate. Fantastic.
Whoop.
I lost the sound.
Yeah, he's been dropping in and out.
I'm here. It's been legendary forever, but it's famous around the world because it was bought by George Harrison. So, and most people know the house because of that, 1970. So for a long time, as long as I've been on YouTube, I've been wanting to do videos about Friar Park, and I have done as a documentary. I've done some other things, but I just wanted to, now that I'm getting into doing live streams, I thought, instead of me just talking at the camera, maybe I could have some interaction with people. And so last night we did the first show, first live stream. It's called Friar Park Friday. And I thought, Kiwi and I would just go through some photos and I would just point stuff out and just kind of educate people. And then he says, if anybody gives $100 super chat, I'll sing, in reference to him. And we're thinking, well, no one's doing that. Well, guess what? Someone did that.
Someone did.
Yeah. And he didn't want to sing by himself.
Within minutes.
It was T from Tennessee. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I think I've gotten some super chats, but don't waste your money. Best. I will not sing. That's a hard thing.
So what was interesting,
I had to do it though because I promised I would.
Yeah, but the thing is, he didn't want to do it himself because he didn't really know the song too well. It's a Beatles song, "Hey Jude." So we asked the chat if anybody would be interested in coming on board to sing. And so I put the link up, and we had like half a dozen people singing, plus everybody in the chat promised that they would be singing at home. So I think we launched the first YouTube sing-along. So I think we're going to be making this a regular feature.
Please don't go listen to it, Eric. I like you. I like your videos, and I want your respect. And I'll lose all of that if you go and watch it.
Hey, in fairness, we're listening to Scott Cardinal here, who has this just mellifluous voice that you can tell is probably a wonderful singer. So we're all outgunned.
I will not be singing. So anyway, so that's my story. So if you ever do want to be part of a sing-along, at the very least, you are more than welcome, sir.
Well, I do sometimes wonder if when I read the Odysseus next, and I read the chapter about, if I read the Odyssey and I read the chapter about the sirens, I'm not going to be able to hear anything except Scott. Yeah.
Well, listen, we are hijacking Hayden's so excited. So Hayden, go ahead.
Honestly, it's I'm still trying to come up with a couple of questions so I don't sound like an absolute idiot. It's amazing to have you here. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I mean, look, it was only yesterday that I was going back through your video about Brian Landry and his notebook confession and that sort of thing. I mean, yes, and this is what happens when it's 2:30 in the morning.
No worries, man. I had the experts on, so don't feel bad. I just was hanging out with smart people.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, Eric has a very good show, and based on what I've seen on YouTube lately, there's so much fluff. And I understand a lot of people want to drag their live streams out because the longer it drags out, the more you get in super chats. And I know that people get into the habit of watching shows. And it just seems unfair to me that people just drag on their shows. And okay, I understand people want super chats, but it also seems to me, and maybe it's just the way I grew up, that you want to give people as much value because we all have a lot of competition. I mean, let's be honest. There's somebody live streaming. There's so many videos. And Eric's show, from the ones that I've seen, I haven't seen all of them, but I mean, you really, this is like time well spent. I mean, the guests, and it's just the teams you put together. I think was
Hardly
it
any
Joe
fluff.
yesterday who said that you were the one who really started bringing the lawyers together in the early days, right? To talk about stuff. So
Yeah,
that's
I
how
don't talk about that a lot.
It's brilliant. That's why I love the videos so much, because they're so, like, they are condensed, but you get so much information out there that there's no fluff. It's like I mean, you're one of the places where I go to get information for my streams as well.
Wow.
So that's
Thank you, man.
It's a huge honor to have you here, dude. I'm
And
beautifully inappropriate puts it quite well. I'm very flustered. I will maintain my composure in a minute.
Yeah, you could ask generic questions like, "Does he know how to make ratatouille?" That's what I do. I have these.
Let me see that.
I saw Runkle was
eggplant. I'm actually allergic to eggplant.
Really?
Oh, is there eggplant in that? I don't even know what it is. I just saw the movie.
I think that's
and I saw
the
that Runkle
base
was
of
making
it.
it.
It's mostly eggplant.
I thought, well, based on the movie, I'm thinking about the
if
animated
you're
film.
talking
You're
about
taking
YouTube,
cooking advice from a rat.
well, you have that, and also eggplant is substituting for an appendage of males on YouTube and chats. I don't know if you picked that one up either.
I have not.
So where are you going, Scott?
No, I just saw Runkle mentioning that he's making ratatouille and he messed it up, and I thought, isn't that the sort of thing you can't mess up? Because isn't it? I mean, I based on what I know, because I looked up ratatouille when I saw the movie with the rat, because I didn't know what the hell it was, and supposedly it was like poor people trying to make a meal, so they were grabbing scraps. Right? Is that what that
Could
is?
be.
Yeah. So
Well, okay. Here's a side story, and I hate to hijack it from you, but
hijack away.
I didn't realize this. I worked for a restaurant briefly when I got out of the army, and was taught by this guy, Sabatino, traditional Italian, came here from America, and he taught me the reason why Italian food is so rich and good is because the peasants were stealing the meat out the back door. So how do you cover? Like, half a chicken disappearing or half a cow disappearing out the back door, you put in a lot of noodles and a lot of sauces and things like that. So they feel like, oh, wow, we're getting all this food. But in reality, they were stealing it out the side. So it helped them to take care of their people at home, but nobody noticed. So ironically, thievery created a wonderful cuisine.
I guess so. Could be right.
Just a question, because I've wondered this a number of times. Now, you've probably said this in your streams. And I've probably missed it because I'm really good at that. The picture right behind you with the green and the red. What is it?
Which this one?
On the top left. Yeah, top left shelf.
Yeah, that's one of my viewers' friend, really. I don't like fan. It grosses me out.
Viewers.
Don't like viewers. I guess audience, but because I appreciate everybody. It's like I don't want to be here and then have people looking up to me, because I think of the old joke in the Navy that everyone down below sees nothing but asses as they look up. And I don't want to be an ass that everyone's looking up at. So essentially, Ziggy Shrugs makes these homemade projects, and she offered to make me, to start with, if you look up there, you'll see a transom window.
Oh,
nice.
Whoa. Lid light.
And she put that together.
Lid light?
Wow.
Yeah, it's just staylight. I mean, that's actually a real transom window. I'm in a house built in 1895. And then one way to gain viewers is you have channels. So I guess I'm working on the game of, well, if I have 4 channels and 4 people are subscribed, I have 4 times the people viewing. I don't know. Actually, there's another reason, but it just sounds funny. Then she made the America's Untold Stories over here. And then Laid Back News is my second most recent channel, because I have one with Nate called Nate and Eric. We thought long and hard to come up with that title.
There's nothing worse than trying to come up with titles.
I used to have multiple channels, and it was just driving me crazy just keeping track of it. And so I just kind of brought them all together. But are you joking? Are you serious? Is that beneficial to you? Because no doubt that it's a lot of the same people.
Hugely beneficial.
It is very beneficial to me, because honestly, America's Untold Stories is nothing like Eric Hunley specifically, even though it spawned out of Eric Hunley. It allows me to do just Mark and Eric stuff, and very much to feature Mark. On that show, I'm the straight guy. My job is to try to make sure things work okay, give Mark, the first member of the audience, because everybody's watching, but that includes me. I'm actually a member of the audience too.
Yeah.
And I'm just kind of like a super moderator in a weird way. But that's right. I feel like if I have any talent, it's that I can work with other people and either assert myself or pull myself back, however much is needed to put on a good show, because it's not really about me, it's about the damn show.
Yeah.
So that one,
just having a look at your channel list here, which ones am I subscribing to for this? So we've got
all of them.
Layback News.
Layback News is
I'm subscribed to all of these already.
Oh, fantastic. I you know what, I deeply appreciate it. However, not everybody will necessarily like my body language, and there was a lot of problems coming up where people would come in because I'd have the behavior panel on, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, this is amazing," and then I would do a news with booze on Wednesday, and might have been a little more political or had a political person in there. People are like, "What the hell is this? I'm here for body language. There's no body language here. What are you doing?" So unsub, and it was kind of this back and forth. And what I'm trying to do is have a specific clarity in every channel. America's Untold Stories, Scott, as you've seen, is Mark. It's very heavy Mark. JFK history, but really it kind of leans out of everything that Mark has lived through, or literally a lot of our episodes are screenplays he's already submitted that got turned down. So
interesting.
We're talking about 30 years of his life.
Wow.
Writing and creating scripts and miniseries. And like one of the biggest things coming up is going to be Lee Harvey Oswald. Do you know who his partner was on that?
No.
You mean Sam Giancana?
Oh, no. No, Mark's partner on Lee Harvey Oswald.
No.
It'll blow your mind. Oliver Stone.
Oh, that must be nice. Whoa.
So, not to name drop or anything, but Oliver Stone.
That's a name. No, you can't get around that. That's a name drop.
Yeah.
So,
nice.
So, which of the channels is the Mark centric stuff?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Well, Oliver Stone's already done how many JFK projects? Like 90. So this will be the. I mean,
he's done many, but no, he wrote a whole mini series with Mark on Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah.
And we're going to be putting that out eventually. We're kind of getting to him.
Yeah.
So we're doing all the surrounding characters. And dare I say, I feel that America's Untold Stories will have the greatest Kennedy assassination collection on YouTube.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that in a good way, and I'll tell you why. I actually mentioned this, I think, on my live stream. I've written, I don't even know, like 4 or 5 books on the Dakota apartment building where John Lennon lives. And I've written 4 or 5 books on Friar Park. And most people would say, why don't you just write one book? Well, I did write one book. But the problem is more information came along, more images came along. I met people who had actually been there. I was able to clarify information. I mean, nothing that in my first book was wrong. It's just like, I'm like, oh my God, really? There was a blah, 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 or a, oh, really? And so it's like, okay, well, let me do another book, which is completely different. You're like, okay, this one's pictorial history. This one's just postcards. This one is this kind of information. And so I understand something like the JFK, that it could be constantly evolving, because you keep finding out all these connections. I mean, one thing we know is
they're holding back papers. I mean, they're releasing information.
So I think that's great.
Little as they can, and notice that the one piece that they're not releasing is Oswald in Mexico.
Yeah,
and that's very, very significant, because guess what? He never was in Mexico.
I was going to say, wait.
The conversation between Hoover and LBJ somehow got erased.
Yeah.
Go listen to the archives. It's there. But there were transcripts. And what was said in that conversation? Oh, it's not him. It wasn't Oswald in Mexico. Hoover stated it to Johnson. So,
okay, so
have you
problem on these productions?
Yeah. Well, let me interrupt for a second before I forget. Have you just for a second, Michael Franzese, did you ever hear what he had to say about the JFK assassination?
No.
He's almost positive that Sam Giancana was involved, because, the Joe Kennedy, that's how JFK won in Chicago.
Yeah, I know about the Chicago, and I'll tell you right now, Mark is saying no way in hell.
That Sam Giancana didn't help stuff the ballots to help him win?
Oh, no, that's all true. But
Yeah.
the assassination, there's no way he had the access to pull off changing the parade route and all these other things. Mm-hmm. And I think Mark is starting to land on General Walker, Bombsway, LeMay, and obviously LBJ involved. But the generals, he feels, are the ones who are doing it. And if you watch the stuff again, Scott, I think you might really see it. The mob, while powerful and everything else, did not have the reach and the power, especially consider they did try to do a hit in Chicago. It fell through. They tried it again in Miami. The mob can't just do that everywhere. They don't have that ability to stand down the Secret Service.
Yeah.
But the generals do.
To the mob's power. Yeah.
It was the military-industrial complex that was upset with the Kennedys because they were pulling out of stuff or they weren't moving forward with things.
Yep. And those same people would say, hey, go get Giancana and see, has he got somebody who can, shoot? However, Jack Ruby was already connected to Walker. They played cards every week. If you haven't watched the series and stuff,
I will. Yeah,
we have a statement that we're always finding dots. We don't connect them for you. We just find the dots and we just put them all out there. And believe me, if you look at the Kennedy stuff with Mark, it is, it's mind blowing. And character after character after character, you'll see something like, Clay Shaw was a local businessman who just got caught up and happened to be a friend. Or DeMorgan Shaw, I always can't say his name right. But anyway, just a European businessman who came here. Oh, yeah, who happened to be tied in with nobility and royalty. Oh, yeah, who happened to be dating Jackie Onassis's, or, whoever became future Jackie Kennedy's mother. Oh, yeah, and it's mind-blowing when you see one thing after another, after another, after another. And by the way, these are not just making... I don't know if you can swear. I was going to say making shit up, but
go for it.
All right. They're not just throwing it out there. These are facts. Pictures of them side by side. All of this stuff.
Even as a foreigner, I would say that sort of finding the truth to the JFK assassination. It's kind of like the holy grail of American mysteries, really, isn't it?
It's a weird situation because I won't say that was the start of the deep state, because I think deep state started with Lincoln, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But it kind of got knocked on its ass a little bit by the time of World War I. We have other shows in there like Smedley Butler. Scott, if you like the obscure history, that's in there too. Smedley Butler did a whole thing on him. And then it picked up again after World War II. And the Kennedy assassination is the height of the establishment of the military-industrial complex and the deep state. And deep state's a weird term too, because deep state is technically the bureaucracy.
So when you say deep state, are we talking like Illuminati, secret societies?
No, you see, that's where I want to be careful, because some of this stuff is very pedestrian. And by the way, we got I knew it would happen. But do you know who Mark thinks killed MLK?
Oh, I'd love to hear any theories.
Yeah, James Earl Ray. He thinks he
really
did. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, and we went through the whole thing. But of course, people are pissed. And this is part of the problem, is like, we're not saying every single thing is a conspiracy.
Yeah.
We believe that Marilyn Monroe OD'd either via suicide or accidental overdose. People are very upset about that, because obviously Bobby Kennedy killed her. Obviously something else killed her. It's like all the facts point to, no, she OD'd. She was, a shell of herself. What you're saying
is that not everything has to be a conspiracy for a conspiracy to be true.
That's right.
I think that's probably the best approach too. Is that if you pretend to believe everybody's conspiracy theories, then you're kind of betraying all of them. Like if you just openly say, yeah, I believe this one, I don't believe this one, people know exactly where you stand.
Right. And then with me, it's like, I don't know, but I am saying there's a conspiracy for everything.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
My favorite conspiracy that I know to be complete rubbish, like I've said this to Hayden and Scott, I love the flat earth theory.
Oh, flat earth.
Because
that's an easy one.
I will always talk to flat earthers because it amazes me, simply amazes me how any rational person in today's age can actually believe that. And I wish one of them could like, even the moment I love in any conspiracy theory is that when it's so ridiculous, but you stop and go, oh, I love that moment when it challenges all your preconceived conceptions. And then you go, nah, it's bullshit.
Well, what is a conspiracy? Half of the time, a conspiracy is something after the fact. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been in the military, around government, things like that. So here is a typical conspiracy theory. I'm working for a business and I scam you out of a bunch of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you come to me and you say, how dare you? I'm going to arrest you. My response might be, oh, yeah? Happened on your watch, buddy. I work for you. This is your shop, and you let this money slide out the door. How about that? What are you going to do, brother? And then you say, why don't you just leave quietly? And so then you cover this up now. And then you tell everybody, shut up about Eric. Just get out of here. Let's, we'll fudge the books, go scrape the till here this way, cover it. We don't need to get this out or I'll lose our ass. That's a conspiracy. Yeah. And that's a typical conspiracy.
Yeah. Yeah, when you think about it, like even conversations between parents on, we know that our child has done this and you're going to approach it this way and I'm going to suddenly just walk in on the situation and be like, oh, what's going on? And you can postulate your theory to me on what the child has done, and then I can be like, well, is this true? Like, I do that with my children and my partner all the time. Like, we literally conspire against them. Because I've always said parenting is like the perfect example of manipulation for what's the word? When you got a good dictator, what do you call them?
Tyrant? I don't know.
No, when it's like a
benevolent dictator.
Benevolent dictator, yeah. So parenting is kind of like benevolent manipulation.
Well, a family is the smallest unit of government. If you want to break it down.
I have never heard that. I really like that.
Really? And that's why that's why a lot of the government levels or philosophies, the problem is misapplied. Like how for a family, the appropriate kind of quote government is communism.
Yeah.
Because everybody takes care of each other. Whoever can't pull their weight, you carry their weight, your family. That's the smallest form.
Yeah.
Problem is that this doesn't scale. That's what the big deal is, and why I think that sometimes we can get caught up in hating one kind of government over another kind of government, but sometimes this is misapplied. Like that kind of government, communism, as I put it, is perfectly appropriate for a family, and it really does work.
And even small populations.
Potentially, yes. Like any kind of a commune, commune, like a small town, they can take care of each other, whatever. Churches are kind of a communist type of organization in that way too.
I actually live in an extremely socialist state or country. We have social benefits, social housing, social welfare, social medical, like all our medical's free. There's even under specific like emergency situations, free dental. Well, not free, but like $40 to get a surgical removal on a tooth. Anything health related is paid for. We get working for families, so the more kids you have, the more tax you get back. We actually get more money from the government for our children than we pay in taxes in a year by about 70%.
I'm not a fan of that personally.
I mean that's what I mean. We live in a very socialist country, and Hayden's a step removed because they have many of the same benefits, but then they have a federal constitution and a federal government. We don't have that.
So I mean
the British model.
Are you in New Zealand or?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
New Zealand,
okay.
Australia.
Okay. Okay. Across the what is it? Across the what do you call it?
Tasman Strait, isn't it?
Do you call it a trench or something, or across the trench, or
across the ditch?
Across the ditch. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's a fucking big ditch.
Eric, all you have to know is that there's a lot of great white sharks there.
Actually, that's something funny because I was talking to my friend.
It's real funny, Eric.
Yeah. Well, no, my friend Tyson Franklin lives in Cairns.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm saying that right, but anyway, he was talking about it and how I was complaining about all the great whites because they have rivers like running up in and all that, and he's like, "Oh, the crocs get them."
Oh no, my God. What?
And I'm just kind of like, what? Yeah, because it's like, well,
Okay, that
there's your
is
silver
funny.
lining. The crocodiles, no shark problem because the crocodiles take them out. And I'm like, okay,
Well,
that's weird. And I'm like, yeah, everything in Australia will kill you. He said, yeah, but I'd rather be here than Chicago.
Yeah,
and I go,
you know what's interesting? You didn't have to grow up in the 70s or whenever. When did Jaws come out? I don't even know. But everybody
76, I think.
Everyone has
the
seen
day before I developed my shark phobia. I think
everyone has seen Jaws,
75,
no matter how old you are. It's just such an
Yes.
incredibly famous movie, and I am still scared to go into the ocean. I'm always expecting something to grab my leg and drag me under, and I know it almost never
I'm the
happens.
same. Yeah,
It almost
no,
never
I admit,
happens.
yeah.
But that movie freaked me out. And let me tell you, because I'm an animal lover, and I don't think it's fair, like what they do with shark fins. I think whoever
No,
does
it's gross.
that,
That's
just
disgusting.
horrible. But so it's not fair, and it's actually a shame that it happened. So I did a documentary many years ago on a gentleman named Ivan Tors, and he was the producer of Flipper, right?
Yeah.
And this guy was a very famous, very well-known Hollywood filmmaker and TV producer. And there was a running joke in Hollywood that after Jaws came out, that people said it's a good thing Ivan Tors didn't make Jaws, or the shark would have been the good guy. Right.
Perfect.
Yeah.
He almost was.
But
anyway.
but Jaws just was terrifying, and it's it's science fiction. It's completely unrealistic. But the whole idea of the unknown. I don't even want to go in lakes. I don't know what's in lakes. I'm like, could sharks get in here? And it's always
The funny
possible.
thing is, I'm more afraid of lakes than I am of the ocean. I'll be perfectly honest, because I mean, at least here we hear about all the statistics about what's going on with shark attacks and that sort of thing. Here, you're more likely to get hit by a cow. I'll be perfectly honest. You're more likely for a cow to roll you over and kill you.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I was hit by a cow once, and the statistical probability of me ever getting hit by a cow ever again is pretty slim.
Not go
a
to
bull
Australia,
will tear
that's
you
fine.
up, man.
Really?
Oh, cool. Of course. But no, Eric, your friend talking about the crocodiles, that's 100% accurate. So, but I mean, look, irrespective of the fact that a great white's never going to make it up any sort of freshwater river, because they'll literally suffocate. They can't do it.
No, bull sharks will, though.
Bull sharks, yes. Bull sharks, can't stand them. There's actually, up until recently, there was actually a golf course that had a lake full of those, because there'd been a cyclone, so hurricane, that had sort of swept them in from the ocean into this golf course. So they actually you could see the fins going past as you were trying for the ninth hole. No,
You didn't retrieve your ball from the water.
No, absolutely not.
Well, let me tell
Can
you
you
why
imagine a fish there, though? I mean, think about it. So you have the crocs and you have the sharks, and the fish are going, what did I do?
Let me tell you why I would like to be involved in a shark attack but not die. Many years ago, a tornado. Because I'm a New Yorker, but like a lot of New Yorkers, because my parents did the same thing. You get a house outside of the city, because you can't just spend your life every day leaving your door and hitting concrete. It's nice to be able to have some land. So we said, okay, let's get a nice place, a little house somewhere. We could have a garden. So we found this great place. We're all happy with it. And a tornado landed in our backyard, in a place where tornadoes don't exist, really. I mean, no one's ever even heard of this. And it landed in the backyard and destroyed all these beautiful trees that we had. And so it's very upsetting. But then I said, I will never get hit by a tornado ever again. I mean, an insurance company has got to love me. If you are ever being hit, if you're ever afraid of being hit by a tornado, be my neighbor. Because the statistical probability.
World According to Garp, or seen the movie World According to Garp?
Of course, yeah, with Robin Williams. Great movie.
Yeah, when the plane hits the house, he said, "We've been pre-disastered."
Yeah, exactly. So the statistical probability of my ever getting hit by a tornado ever again are so slim, it's so minuscule, it'll never happen. So if I could just somehow, some way be involved in a shark attack, like he rubs against me, maybe takes a nibble of my toe, something, but then forever, I could swim any place. I could swim between Australia and New Zealand, and they'd be like, "Oh, Scott Cardinal, is he crazy?" No. Don't worry about it. He dealt with that shark thing. What are the chances?
Well, I'm like that with earthquakes, because I spent my entire life.
Earthquake, forget about it. You're in trouble. Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
I spent my entire life living in the North Island, right? We almost never have massive earthquakes. They happen maybe every 20, 30 years. And then I moved into Christchurch. And within a decade of me moving here, we had one of the worst earthquakes in New Zealand history, because it might have only been a 6.5, but it was only 10 kilometers down. Now, Eric, you'll appreciate that. 10 k's down with a 9.2 magnitude release of energy. And we were lucky because it only went for 32 seconds and it destroyed almost everything in the city. If it had gone 6 seconds later, they reckon things like the tallest hotel in the city would have been flat on the ground. It was a 1 in 32,000 year event on an unknown fault. So I reckon I'm now on the right side of a 1 in 32,000 year event.
Really?
Wow.
I think everyone else in Christchurch is going to move away from you. You seem to be the delineating factor there. You move into the area, and all of a sudden there's a 1 in a 32.
You heard about Earthquake Sally. She was in Chile for the 8 point something there. She came here, and then the Christchurch earthquake hit, and she's like, "No, fuck this, I'm out." And she flew to Japan, sorry, and was there for the big one there. Yeah.
You know what I'd like to ask all three of you to consider answering. What do you think of the power of the words conspiracy theory? Because I don't know when it started, but I know that it shuts people down. The thought of being called a conspiracy theory, maybe not so much anymore, but once upon a time, somebody called you a conspiracy theorist. That was as bad as it was going to get. What do you guys think about being called that?
Well, it came from, I can tell you where it came about. Mark Shaw, the author of early Kennedy books, saying there was something that happened. And the CIA actually has a memo. I forgot the name of the memo, but hold on, let me see if it's in my notes, where they actually stated, use the term conspiracy theory.
Really?
And that was
it was created to essentially say you're a crackpot.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to find the memo.
Was that in reference to alien spacecraft or something else?
Here it is. CIA memo.
Well, didn't the government recently admit those were real?
Yeah, here. I dropped a link in the private chat for you.
I think they just changed the name. To what it is, right?
Well, what I'm saying is the term kind of, but the CIA used that. They weaponized that term, and it is a great way to go about discrediting people. And there was we've got a CIA trilogy. If you guys ever want to have some fun. And it's essentially CIA in Hollywood, CIA in the news, and CIA, families of CIA.
I reckon so much shit that happens in human history can come down to CIA.
It is staggering. And when you see who's involved and what former president, anyway. And before everybody says Bush, I'm not talking about Bush. But Dickie, I also saw in the chat, by the way, Dickie, you looked up how many people die from cows. Even more of a question, how many people died due to deer in the United States? I think you'll find the number to be even much higher.
Driving along, and
you mean when they hit it with a car and they die that way, or something else?
Correct. Well, in any which way. I mean, deer cause a lot of deaths, and I think deer have gored people too.
Yeah, I heard that a lot of people in Africa die from hippopotamus.
Oh, hippos are deadly.
They are no fucking joke.
Yeah. They're deadly. If you get on a lake and they're pissed, you're done.
Yeah.
I've seen footage of hippos chasing boats down the river for like a mile, just chasing these boats.
Wow.
And they reckon the scariest bit is when it goes under, because you don't know if it's still chasing you, or if it's going to come up beside you, or.
Anyway, if you could pull up that comment in the private chat.
Oh yeah, sure.
And share it. I think you can see it.
I can share it actually if you want.
So Eric, you would agree then that the words conspiracy theory has proven to be quite effective?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and also keep in mind this, like one of the main publishers, Thrine, I think it is, it's the CIA honeypot. You would be shocked at how much. I was hoping the memo on that was just on there too. I don't know. Anyway,
scroll too.
Yeah, scroll and see if you find the memo. I don't want to watch a video at the memo, but it's just looking to see if that memo was there. No.
Well, here, let's have a look. Is there a link?
Yep. Hang on, I'll bring it up.
So you've got the. Oh wait.
There's a link in it. There we go.
Oh, this is it.
Yeah, and okay. Yeah. Warren Commission. Yeah, there we go. That's the.
Is that me or you that's put that up?
That's me.
Okay, I'll close one down.
All right.
All right. Anyway, so everybody go look it up on your own, whatever. But this is a historical document, actually released 1996. It's out there, CIA.
Yeah, I'll grab this link and put it in chat.
I guess the most upsetting thing about stuff like this is that the CIA is not supposed to operate on American soil and do anything that affects. Am I right about that? Wasn't that
The
there?
CIA is not allowed to operate in any way affecting a citizen of the United States, technically.
Yeah,
So
well,
if you're a
that's
non-citizen,
a
the
bloody
CIA
vague.
can chase you around and do whatever. But there's a lot of nuance there.
Yeah.
And besides, the FBI is not clean either. Okay.
Yeah, no kidding.
Look up Operation Mockingbird. Remember Team Project. Look up MK Ultra. There was some tied together there. Look up a lot of things. And
Well, here's a fun one for you.
And these are
In
only
New
the agencies
Zealand-
we know about.
Yeah,
Well,
in New Zealand, the equivalent of the CIA, they're not allowed to monitor a New Zealand citizen unless they believe that New Zealand citizen might be involved in terrorist activity. But in order to ascertain whether or not that person is involved,
they got to monitor.
They got to monitor, and they can keep the tapes until such time as they are deemed no threat. So they simply state an individual is a threat and never review the file, which means that they can endlessly leave that recording going in a back room somewhere onto a data drive. Every phone call, every email, they just click a button and it's forever.
Right. Well, they're doing that here, only it's NSA that's doing the collections of every electronic thing you can. And by the way, you're part of Five Eyes, so is Australia, so is England, and that's another trick. What will happen is, okay, CIA is not supposed to run around here, right? You get a Kiwi to run around.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
We do it all the time.
Well,
I
we've
think
got
the-
the echelon domes down here as well. You're probably familiar with them.
Who?
The echelon domes. Have you not heard of the echelon domes?
No. Sorry.
Well, I'll Google. I'll get some information together for you. We've got these two. We call them the golf balls. They're down here in the South Island, and they are owned by America, run by America. Everyone knows this, but if you go there and try and drive down there, you can and will often be approached by people with guns. They wear plain clothes, no flags, no patches, and the places has no designation. Like it is one of the only places in New Zealand that has no land designation as agricultural, commercial, whatever. It doesn't exist in New Zealand records. And underneath these domes are surveillance equipment, international, like capable of monitoring airwaves from literally all over the world.
Yeah, sounds very, very
Sounds about right.
plausible.
Yeah. Eric, do you know much about the Bay of Pigs invasion? Because wasn't that the CIA training at Florida International University in Miami? Their South Campus was their training ground.
There's I know a little bit about it. Again, Mark knows all of it. But that's part of why Kennedy is dead, is because
The Bay
of
of Pigs invasion? Yeah.
Yes,
You know
because this started under Eisenhower, and Kennedy was like, kind of gave it a tacit approval because it wasn't his idea. He didn't like it, and he's trying to stand things down. He's like, if you screw this up, you're on your own. And they screwed it up, and he wouldn't send in air support. So the bad blood that came out of this, by the way, was Alan Dulles and his partner. I forgot his name, but his partner happened to be brothers to the mayor of Dallas, who changed the parade route. Keep that in mind. And essentially, they never forgave JFK. They felt like he left them out there hanging. And keep in mind that some of the generals like Walker and whatnot actually, and Bombs Away LeMay, there's a reason his name's Bombs Away LeMay, or has a nickname. They wanted to do a preemptive strike on the Soviet Union with nuclear weapons before they could get stronger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was also a
And there was
planned
no
nuclear
love
strike
for
against
Robert
China.
Kennedy either.
Oh,
Because
no. They had more love for him to start, but then he became a complete nightmare because he was going after LBJ. Keep in mind, this is something that will blow your mind. Did you know that the day of November 22nd, the day of the assassination, that there was somebody in Congress testifying about LBJ and all the payoffs
No.
the day of.
Wow.
And when the assassination was announced, closed the books and walked out.
Yep.
And I'm not kidding you. And if you don't
got the fuck out.
And if you don't think that this was happening and that LBJ wasn't in trouble, see Spyro Agnew a few years later.
Yeah. We see that a lot. Of course, we don't want to be called conspiracy theorists, but there's a lot of things that happen over the course of, especially the last 5 years, when something's happening and then all of a sudden something else is in the top of the news. And that
takes the distraction.
Yeah. You know, Eric, do you know much about the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services? It was the precursor to the CIA.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
That was fascinating.
MI6.
Yeah,
well, it's a bunch of blue bloods in the Northeast.
When I did my documentary on Ivan Tors, and you might find it interesting, he was Hungarian, and the Nazis were working their way into Hungary, and so his parents and everybody says, "Get out of here, go to the United States." And he came to the U.S. and he volunteered to be in the military, and then he became part of the OSS, you know, the precursor to the CIA, and he was one of the first people to do, and I always say it wrong, synthetic psilocybin. Was that the mushrooms?
Psilocybin, I think.
So, yeah, and so I interviewed this guy named Oscar Janiger, who was like the psychiatrist to the stars because he was Ivan Tors' best friend. And they didn't know, the military didn't know what it was in the 50s. Like how, I'm sorry, it's not that they didn't know what it was, they developed it, but like how could they use it in a war setting? Could they put it in the water in Germany and drive
Well, this is
crazy?
MK Ultra. You're talking about MK Ultra essentially because they started with weed or cannabis.
Yeah.
And went to lysergic acid diethylamide. Well, actually, before they even started that, I've been reading the book by the guy who exposed it all. I forgot his name, and I never have time to get through anything. I like start one thing and then go to another. It started with poop smell spray. Yeah, believe it or not. And in World War II,
did you say poop smell spray?
Quite literally, yes. And in World War II, in Japan, they used Chinese peasants because in China. They hated Japanese, okay? Japan was not nice to their neighbors, okay? Not at all.
Yeah.
And they gave the kids this liquid fart stink, poop smell, and they would throw it on them sneakily in the crowd, and it would make the Japanese officers crazy because they smelled like they shit all over themselves.
Wow.
And that was part of the psychological warfare to make them just go nuts. They hated it, dealing with it. And this is led into MK Ultra. I know that sounds crazy, but think about it. It's a psychological warfare thing. And their thing is, okay, well, what if we could get Castro to jump out of a building? Because a lot of this was to take out Castro. But it went further, and it was a matter of, can we create a Manchurian candidate? Can we use mind control? Things like that. And then when you start to dig deep into it, you go, oh, geez, you've got to be kidding me. Like a Sirhan, if you really start looking into that, that's probably the original Manchurian candidate. And
wasn't the man who talks to goats or whatever based on?
Yes, that was actually the remote viewing program. And I have a friend who's been on the show who was in that program.
Wow.
Way back. By the way, there's ties to New Zealand because he was friends with the Prime Minister in New Zealand in the 70s.
Mulder?
I guess. I don't know. I don't follow your politics. I'm guilty.
Hayden,
most of the time,
do you see Laurie's comment? Julia Child was in the OSS.
Oh, yes, she was.
Yeah. So that's what's fascinating. Also, Telly Savalas also was. And you had a lot of these, because there's like, oh, he's Greek, so we can go ahead and use him in some way. And there were a lot of other celebrities who were very patriotic at the time, who volunteered themselves, for the war effort in whatever way they could. But what's interesting about the OSS, and the reason I mentioned Ivan Tors, is he volunteered to be experimented on, and so that's why he was doing LSD. He was doing the mushrooms, and just they were testing it on the U.S. soldiers first, among with who else. But they would put him in centrifuges. They would do all these crazy things. So when he got out of the military and he ended up in Hollywood, he did a show called The Man and the Challenge. And then he did a show called Science Fiction Theater, which was very famous. And it was amazing that he took all these experiences of what the military did to him and turned it into a TV show. Yeah,
Why not?
yeah, it's pretty amazing stuff. But yeah, so the OSS, I don't think enough people know about it, but it's really is fascinating.
Well, no, we have long, deep ties with MI6, and that's through OSS. I mean, keep in mind, MI6 created our program. In essence, through OSS, it was like MI6 showing us how to do spy stuff, and we still are. You know, the big irony is, remember when they used to say that Tony Blair was Bush's poodle?
Mm-hmm.
I would argue it's the reverse.
Really?
Think about how often England gets mad at somebody, and all of a sudden the States is going after them.
Yeah, it's a very tight relationship. I never understand. Maybe people just don't know. People bitch about how much money the U.S. gives to Israel, but you know the Israelis are brilliant people, and they actually invent or improve upon some of our weapons. And so it's kind of in a way, sort of
lots of them.
Some kind of
that,
so it's a good relationship, if you want to call it a good relationship, in the sense that the things that we're developing, like what was it, the Iron Shield, right? I don't think that was the military builds it, the U.S. military finances it, but it wasn't our invention. I think they developed it. What's that?
Stuxnet.
Is that what it's called?
No. I'm saying Stuxnet. Remember when Iran, their whole nuclear program got trashed because they got the centrifuges to spin off of just slightly because of a hack?
Yes.
That was Israel and the United States working together. It's called Stuxnet. Just a good example. But also keep in mind, we give the same amount of money to Egypt, but nobody complains.
Yeah, but they got cool pyramids.
About Israeli weaponry. Ukraine were very, very mad recently because Germany had to say no to sending in quite a number of different weaponry systems because they are produced and owned by Israel. They're produced locally in Germany under license, and the conditions of production is that Israel gets to say no if they don't like where those weapons can be used.
Yeah. How does the U.S. benefit from its relationship with Egypt? Is it mainly to keep the government stable?
Well, I mean, we supposedly, but now we're getting into central bank and questions like that, and I'm not as up on it. But it is a very odd coincidence that all these countries, because we give the money to Ukraine too, we give money everywhere, except for those who don't believe in the central bank.
That's interesting. Yeah. I remember reading a long time ago, why does the U.S. military give money to, just even small islands, all sorts of different places? And one of the main reasons has been, over the course of at least the last maybe 10 years at the very least, is to keep Russia and China from influencing them.
Oh, yeah, that was a domino theory, sure, from way, way, way back. But a lot of it, too, is, I don't know everybody's age. I'm old enough to remember, but at one point, if you wanted to learn facts about every country in the world, you go to CIA. Because we have a presence in every country in the freaking world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And those islands are strategic, not only about Russia and China, but it's also to keep an eye on that sea route or keep an eye here or there. But it goes even further because we keep countries under control, and some of this is like partnership with the World Economic Forum and some of these types, but essentially central banks saying, hey, I know you're a really poor country. Let's give you some money. Let's build you up an infrastructure. And then they're on the hook paying forever and in debt forever.
Well, that's what China's doing now, isn't it, in Africa?
Well, of course.
The Belt and Road projects. Well. Yeah.
And the Taliban, I mean, hey, they're in Afghanistan too. Actually, they've married it because you have the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. Whoop. Guess what they both have? Puppies. So China's got 100% of the puppies under control.
Let me ask you something. This is because I came across this one once. I don't know if you can speak to it, but I think if anyone's going to, you probably will. The CIA operation in Venezuela, and there was some documentation that came out exactly how they fucked with the vote, fucked with the election, and put in place the person they wanted. Now, similarities between, not even just similarities, but almost direct comparisons were drawn between that and a recent election.
in 2014 or the one that's here? Because you could draw parallels possibly with Ukraine as well.
I'm thinking more recent and more at home. I'm thinking just
I
couple
got
years
you.
back. Yeah.
One that you won't say out loud because of what was it called?
Let's
election fornification.
Well, that was what I was mostly looking at, was the electronic stuff, because there were some interesting bits and pieces that came out. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to name it, but I don't think the whole thing was a orchestrated thing, right? But there was something going on, something a bit sniffy, and
I would recommend, honestly, on that, I would say just look up Robert Barnes. Viva and Barnes, definitely far more knowledgeable on that. Barnes doesn't really care for the arguments about all the equipment and the machines and things like that. He is more concerned because there were laws that were changed at the last minute that said, "Hey, you drop off here." That was up there. Yeah, that is the problematic stuff. Is actually legally, changing the process that led to a certain result, not necessarily the dead people voting and all that. That always happens. Okay, it's always going to be there. Generally, it's not enough. What is it? Rich Barris calls it
Rich Barris.
Yeah, from People's Pundit. He calls it the measure. What do you call that when you're talking about a scale, like a certain point to tip one way or another?
The tipping point, yeah.
But it's not a tipping point. It's a buffer. It's called a buffer.
Okay.
Let me have a look.
I'm trying to think of it where you're saying, because your all polls are accurate only to a certain degree, and you have a certain point. But he calls that something of fraud.
Especially if you're talking about polls where there's a huge portion that don't speak truthfully to the poll.
Well, it's not even that. I'm trying to think of the term for it, because you're saying, okay, your poll has X percentage accuracy. You've got to give it a margin of 2 to 3% either way that these numbers are going to hold up. And I can't think of the term.
Margin of accuracy? No.
Margin of fraud. It might just be margin of fraud.
Yeah, that's right. Yes, margin of fraud. Yes.
And that's what he's talking about. So it is quite literally. You've got to understand that, and people don't realize it. They're saying, "Oh my God, we have to convince all these other people who hate us." But it's like, no, you don't need to. There's only like 1 to 2%, depending on where you are, that have to be flipped one way or the other, because there's a hardcore 60 to 80% of the people who are not moving. Period. They're done. They're settled. So all the fighting is over. Very little margin of error was what I was looking for. He replaces it with margin of fraud.
Yeah, one thing that I looked at, and this is what troubled me. And again, I'm going to be kind of vague because, well, him, and looking out for him, because the one thing that really bugged me was, okay, this computer-y shit. There's enough there that makes me kind of go, yeah, okay. Remember how I said that point in a conspiracy theory? You're like, yeah, okay. But what was really obvious and seemed almost odd that it was so blatantly ignored, and I'll use one example, is that the cutoff time was supposed to be this. We reached that cutoff time, and suddenly laws are changed to extend the cutoff time, and miraculously, say, for example, a cache of ballots is found, and they just happen to fall all one way. That seems like, when laws are being changed, because my understanding of the Constitution is that the vote actually rests with the states, like each individual state Congress and state Senate, and that they then choose how to elect their electoral college representatives.
Yeah. It's similar, but yes, we don't. We vote in electors, and the electors are supposed to carry forth.
Yeah, because the people aren't actually constitutionally guaranteed a vote, are they?
No, it depends. I mean, there's a lot of issues. There's a ton of nuance. Like, it is an electoral vote. You do have a constitutional right to a vote. The people do. Now, originally, it was only property owners, which is very interesting. I'm not necessarily against that. And then in New Zealand, I think you scrapped either your Senate or your House, one of your two.
Never had one.
I thought you had one and you scrapped it, and just like you had a house and you dumped it in like the 30s or something. But okay, well,
let me have a look.
Anyway, but here, the U.S. Congress is a direct vote from the people, and the Senate was appointed by the state.
Yeah.
So people don't get it, that, and it's really hard to explain, that the United States is literally originally was referenced as the United States in America.
Yeah.
The United States in America are. It's how you would talk about it. But then after the Civil War, it's the United States of America is.
Yeah.
And that caused the lockdown of it. And that was a lot of the Civil War. But and we go around and around, and there's a ton of confusion on that. But yes, people have the right to vote, and then they're voting to say, hey, your happy ass is going to go represent me and throw my vote. You're going to represent whatever. And different states have different things because, again, this is the states are determining it. Like so one state can say, winner takes all versus a proportionate vote, as an example. Now, technically speaking, though, people do have the right to vote, and their vote does matter. Because in the end, their vote is either part of the winner takes all, and then they take it all, or it's proportionate, or whatever it is. It's just there's layers involved.
I was just going to say, I'm just responding to Kripke. Hayden looks a bit grumpy. No, that's just his thinking face.
Yeah, no. I was just putting it in the chat so I didn't interrupt. All good. I was just thinking I might get up and get a snack. I was getting a little bit hangry.
Yeah.
No worries. I'm going to be heading out here pretty soon anyway. So if you have any questions or anything, let me know, man, and I'll.
Yeah. No, look, the one thing that came up because you were talking about the US and UK relationship. So something that I've been wanting to ask you for a while. Your take on what's going to happen with Julian Assange. I mean, given that the US is trying to try him as under the Espionage Act without him being a US citizen, and the extradition over let's say the whole thing with the SA assault case that has mysteriously went away over the last decade, various other bits and pieces.
Swiss one.
Yeah. So I'm just sort of curious as to what your opinion is on whether or not, if he gets on that plane, do you think that we'll ever likely see him again, or
will he be Epstein McAfee? Do you mean? I don't know. I'm not. I honestly, I am not sure, and because. If you look at, who's in charge, the deep state is not looking any better. CIA, FBI, if anything, all the power's been consolidated. They have pretty much perfect control. Biden's not going to do anything with it. Trump, who's supposedly against them, couldn't find his way to pardon them. Couldn't find his way to pardon Snowden either. So I don't know. It's hard for me to say because I'm like, who the hell are their allies? I don't know. I don't think Assange has any allies, and especially now, maybe come fall, and I would recommend that he does kick, scream, stall as long as he can, because the way it stands right now with the U.S. government, I'd say he's in absolute danger. But then again, that would mean that he has opportunities to go to trial and get a bullshit conviction. Or if, let's say, it does change government, then maybe it's easier if he gets Epstein or McAfee. So I don't know. I really don't have a good answer for you, but I do know that he doesn't have fans in the government.
That's probably putting it mildly. I mean, even here, look, our government changed, about a month ago now. So the guy that's in power now, back in October, December, he was saying, this is something that really needs to be put to bed. He should be brought home, all this sort of stuff. Now that he's in power, all of a sudden, oh no, we're backing away from it. We're not going to be pushing for any sort of extradition or anything like that to bring him home. It's really none of our business. And I'm just like, well, hang on. Not only are you doing some pretty big mental gymnastics as to what you were saying this time last year, but what specifically is it that maybe he has done that has pissed you guys off? I mean, look, the Liberal Party has been in government for the last 8+ years, let's be honest, because with Rudd and Gillard towards the end of the Labor period, they weren't doing so great. Let's be honest. So it's sort of like I understood why the Liberals weren't doing shit all to help him, and when the current government was in opposition, they're saying yes, we need to do everything that we can to get him home and to assist because he's there should be whistleblower protection and all this sort of stuff. And it's surprising just how quickly, as soon as the government has changed. I'm not sure if maybe it's because there was a briefing that they weren't privy to until they were in power or whatever else, but all of a sudden, no, we're wiping our hands of him, sort of thing.
Let's just say that his phone's working. And it's kind of like, Boris Johnson was saying, hey, you know what? We need to finally accept defeat in a country in the Eastern Europe. And then all of a sudden he went into a meeting and said, we must do everything till the end of time to support them, and I resign.
Yep.
I think there's a phrase, I don't know if this is universal or not, but it's called come to Jesus.
Speaking of which, I just want to say I love the chat. I love our regular viewers. But CG, please stop telling people not to trust me around sheep.
Why? He's doing God's work and passing it on.
Especially to Divinity Said, somebody who I happen to follow and quite like her content. Now, Eric, I have a question for you. And this is very, very serious. It's in your thumbnail. I want to know. The stupid fucking hand symbol that Ezra Miller keeps pulling.
Dude, I have no idea what that is, but it looked really cool for the thumbnail.
Oh,
yeah, I'm trying to give a vibe of a creepy cult leader. I thought that he helped.
Does he really fucking weird you out?
I would not invite him to play with my nephews and niece.
Yeah. No, that's just it. I mean, I saw that you'd just done a video basically right before you came on, so I hugely appreciate you taking the time.
Sure.
In terms of, I mean, obviously I'm going to go and watch it, but what's your opinion? Are they being held hostage or what?
I'm going to be very careful with the term hostage.
Okay.
My personal opinion is it's got a culty vibe.
Okay.
So if I'm going to say it, I think he has a large sway. Well, he has a large influence or sway over her. In my opinion, that is not holding somebody against their will. And that's where we get into the questions about free will, things of that sort. Do I think that she is potentially in danger? Yeah. But, it's kind of like somebody brought up Brian Laundrie and Gabby was earlier, but it's a similar thing there. Okay. The police, when they stopped them and they were both talking, now everybody's like, everybody can just tell, blah, 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 blah. And then the behavior panel got in trouble because they said, look, at this moment. And then Greg at the end even said, this is not going to turn out well. But everybody said, you didn't say that he was manipulating a narcissist. And it's like, you know what? Even if every cop there felt like there's something wrong, it's really creepy. They do not have the power to just arrest somebody. If she's sitting there saying, I am fine, I am okay, everything's all right, then guess what they have to do? It's very similar to domestic violence. They go to the house, and now in some states they have laws. It's like, okay, I see a bruise on you, I'm just arresting everybody, we'll sort it out later. Maybe good. But a lot of times, you have two people, they're squabbling, you pull them over. Yeah, it could be bad. It may not be bad, but don't blame the cops on this one. It's not. I don't feel it's the cops' fault. They are working with what is given at the time, and within the laws, they are allowed to enforce.
It's amazing because you just made an argument that Elaine Brederhoff would have killed for if she thought of it. Because when they were asked why the cops didn't do anything, instead of all that boring shit they brought out about police protocol, they could have just focused on the fact that even if there's visible injuries, even if it looks hinky, if Amber is standing there saying, it's fine, it doesn't matter, the police have to leave. If they'd raised that argument, it would have negated the whole police issue in that trial completely.
True, except there's enough to come back on that anyway. You say, then why didn't you leave the literature? You're required to leave literature anytime you find that there's a domestic violence situation. So they didn't say that we saw it and chose not to act because we were not able to. They said that we didn't see any problem.
We didn't see anything.
Yeah, fascinating. Yeah. I heard, guys, that Eric needs to split, and I kind of have to do as well. But I figured maybe to end this on a positive note, Eric, I heard you talking with Farron yesterday, and you and I and Farron are kind of in an equal sort of subs, like give or take. And I heard you encouraging her to maybe open up start a Patreon, which I have not done. And
I did.
The day will come with these gentlemen.
Oh, locals. That's right. I got to tag her on locals.
Locals, exactly. And these gentlemen will be in our position soon, probably very soon as well. So on a positive note, can you tell us what do you think the benefit would be for locals? I've not done it, but I heard you mention that she should. So do you think it should just be for subs that just want to contribute, or is it a place to maybe offer additional content? What's the I know you don't work for locals, but
in all fairness, actually, no. If somebody comes on and they get big enough, I get kickback. So
nice.
I do work with them to a degree.
Oh, well, I will come aboard then.
Yeah,
and actually, I did an interview.
I've heard locals mentioned, but I've wondered what it was. Is it just another version of? Like, what is it? What is it?
Okay, I've never really quite understood it.
All right, well, that's the interesting part. Locals is a framework, and they have communities. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like if you take Patreon and combine it with Facebook. Okay. And the way it works is I have unstructured.locals.com. That's my community with Mark. Mm-hmm. And people who are joined up with it can follow for free, and they can read every post or whatever that is available. But there's also a built-in paywall. So some things are limited to just supporters. Some things are free. I try to make it a point of putting a lot of free stuff on there. So anybody who follows on there can look at it, get a vibe of it, whatever. And then if they choose to support, there are other, there's additional content. Like I'll be doing a live stream tonight. I do on every Saturday. I call it a grill stream. Mm-hmm. And it is just literally just a chilled out. I don't prep or anything. I'm just talking, I'm trying to sit down like I am with you guys right now, just talking to my audience and just say, hey, or talking to my community. That's part of why I like it too. It's my community. And also on locals, every community member who's a paid supporter can comment. If you don't pay, you can't comment. Mm-hmm. And they can also post. So the cool part about it is you can have a bunch of people who are having a similar interest, and they're actually posting on the page. I'd actually go look up unstructured.locals.com. Again, you can follow for free. So you can do a screen share, and I can kind of show you what it's like, or I guess I could share it too. I didn't even think about it.
So is the interaction simply chat, or can you bring guests on like we're doing right now? Is there audio?
They do have a live streaming option.
Yeah.
And that's what I use. And I figure out how to hack in to bring a guest. But let me see. View this as a member. Hold on. Okay.
Wow, look at Mark's teeth. They are perfect.
His teeth are much more perfect than his hair. But at least he has hair, so some of my speaking is out of jealousy.
The name leaves a lot to be desired, considering we live in an internet world, and I'm not sure the benefit of calling it locals. You guys might think differently than I do.
Yeah, it's not great. It sounds like a dating site.
Actually,
I didn't.
Sounds like a biker bar.
I didn't like the name.
Kind of.
Yeah, and that Ruben guy is the one who developed it, or maybe he was just the face of it. I would assume.
No, he developed it with his brother-in-law.
Oh, was it really? Yeah.
So
yeah, because see, I mean, there's nothing local about anything that's happening here. We've got Australia, America, New Zealand.
I just share my screen if that's easier for you. It's
sure.
All right, so this is what it looks like, and you can see this. Just there's a feed here.
That hand symbol.
So the reason I accidentally said Patreon is this is their competitor. Am I right?
Yes, Locals was created because of Patreon's actions against Lauren Southern and then Sargon of Akkad. And they kicked both of them off of Patreon for actions that they took not on Patreon, not on their own show, but literally on like another channel.
Yeah.
Sargon of Akkad used the N-word, if you will, referring to somebody who was using it in a nasty way. So he was criticizing somebody about it, and he got thrown off of Patreon. Okay. Then Subscribestar. Then Subscribestar got created, and immediately Carl Benjamin Sargon went on to Subscribestar, and Subscribestar was using PayPal payments or whatever, and they got shut down from their whole payment system. So it's kind of like they took, attacked them on the financial, and they finally got that straightened out. But that's how locals got created. So Ruben was like, okay, I want to do something different. Got some partners together, some investment money, and this is like an independent creator thing. So like looking at here, you can see the, like I'm posting different people here. Angry Oscar Wilde is, posting. These are people in the community who are posting to the community. And this is why I like it so much versus like YouTube membership, because in that I post, you listen, and I don't like top down. I'd like a community.
That's sort of what I've been looking for to sort of bring together. So I've put together Patreon, I've got the memberships, that sort of thing, and I'm basically calling the firm, and that's sort of what I'm looking to be able to keep my current like regular subscribers and chats and that sort of thing. So it's definitely something that I'd be certainly looking at. In terms of the paywall and that sort of thing, are you able to structure it as to how much people pay, or is it set? Because I know that the membership.
No, you can. They highly encourage $5 a month, $50 a year.
Okay.
But you can go lower. Okay. I started out with $2 a month because I'm like, how the hell am I going to charge the same as Viva Fry?
Yep.
Ultimately, though, I went to $5 because I partnered up with Mark, and now we have 30 years of stuff, scripts, books, a lot of things. So it's like, okay, now $5 is not unfair on that. And they're going up. And there are, there are factors with it. Like depending on how many people you have following you, you're limited on how long your live streams can be, for example. Like if you have fewer than 100, I think you can do a 30-minute live stream, and it's a hard 30. It cuts off. Then 100 to 500, you can do an hour-long live stream. Other limitations on it are how much you can upload, and it is an ironic situation that the smaller you are, the more you want to put stuff out there to get to upload or whatever, and get the membership up to a level. But it is what it is. So there's a limit on how much data you can upload or how many notifications you can put out or whatever, but it scales, kind of up with you.
Okay. Might be worth looking at. Now, just one last question from me. Now, this is based on a thing in chat. Hayden has been trying very desperately to be officially listed as an incel.
Aren't we
on
all?
A certain
there's a Reddit article, and you can join the incel list. With
that's the article that I've been trying desperately to get on.
Mr. Hunley?
Yes, I am. I'm last on the list of the. What do they call me? I don't even remember. I'm one of those married incels. It's a unique thing.
Hayden is so sad that he's not an incel.
It's truly a dubious honor, and I understand why you're jealous.
Well, aren't there two lists? One was the legal crowd, and the other one was
correct.
Correct. I'm amazed that I'm not on the other. But my takedown of Amber on that one video I did about how she lied about the signs outside the courthouse, that got like, I don't even know, like 88,000 views pretty quickly. And but I'm glad I'm not on there. Leave me the hell alone.
That leads into my second surprise for Hayden tonight.
Yeah, I thought it'd be good marketing, but I think I could swing it on my own.
If you go and look at
look at you! Congratulations,
the updated list.
Right after Spidey, I'm last.
Yeah,
Hayden, you might find someone on there referred to as the blurry ghost guy.
Nice.
Don't you? What?
I made the list.
What?
Did you? Where are you?
I'm just tugging his leg.
You bastard.
You know what, though? I will say one thing good about this list is it's almost like a perfect laundry list of who to follow.
Exactly. That's sort of why I want to get on that friggin' list.
But I mean, look, up 5K overnight.
The problem with it is, though, okay, in fairness, you got to understand this is a weaponized deal, and this list is literally being put out to say file community strikes against these channels. That's what this is about. This is
I have no issue with
that.
Yesterday I did about 5 hours yesterday. Okay, the first 2 hours was more nerdy stuff, playing card games, video games, whatever. Then I hit the 3 hour mark. I went to do my usual Law Patrol channel, and basically because I've basically been meaning to just do the nerdy stuff, I hadn't actually prepared anything. So I just went to the Depth Delusion art Reddit, which we're seeing on screen now. And I just went and looked through what the most recent things were. And I went to the most recent article, and I was just going through because it was basically calling out the it was basically calling out all the law tubers and saying various bits and pieces of crap about what I mean, they were pretty nasty about Alita. They were pretty nasty about various other people. So I made a game out of it, and I basically said, okay, chat, I'm going to tell you the ones that I'm going to personally be downvoting. I'm going to tell you the ones that I am personally going to be oh shit! I just saw that was moving around. I thought I'd shared that.
I'm sorry. No,
all good. I was like, Jesus, how bad?
I was going to say, look what they said about Nate.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous. Because he, by his own admission, he's not.
He voted for Biden, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Did you see what they originally put about Nate though? Before it aired, it was changed before this first went on YouTube, and I've not been able to find an original copy.
Amazing.
But it had radical white supremacist.
Oh, I know that.
Good grief. Let me just say really quick, because I think I might be getting a delivery in a minute. But Eric, is there same potential for copyright strikes on locals, or is it just more?
No.
Okay.
That's what's
excellent.
I use that. As a matter of fact, I'll put up shows when I get a strike, and I strip out the content. I upload a uncut copy, or I'll share things there on the locals.
Because I'm thinking we should be able to do the sing-alongs there and be able to play some karaoke in the background and not have to worry so much.
Not only that, I'll be able to re-upload my Amber Heard Dateline video where I did the caricatures and made her sound like a chipmunk. So
that'll be nice.
Why don't you have it up now? You can beat a copyright claim. You know that, right?
Yeah, it's, because I'm a reasonably new channel. It was the first one that I'd ever received, so I was a little bit. Aside from watching Nick do his hilarious copyright,
that verbiage I don't do, but I do have verbiage that it can be used, and it shut down Dateline, and they released all of them from what I have.
I've only just taken the crack at to a pair that A&E put on for some court TV stuff, and sorry, when I say court TV, I mean it was footage that recorded from inside a court that they supposedly used on a television show. But I mean, the footage itself is openly available anyway. And then the other one was that Kiwi brought up that part of a movie about Lizzie Borden, and it was on screen for all of about 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. And they basically strict the whole video, despite the fact that we were sitting there giving commentary on how inaccurate the movie itself was compared to what had actually happened.
In other words, the words copyright strike is the new conspiracy theory for content creators.
Yes,
it's the cross to Dracula.
It's
like, oh my God, you got a copyright strike. Oh no.
Oh, it's such an insidious thing, though, isn't it? Especially if you use it in a weaponized way or a
Here you go, Ben.
Use it for personal gain,
Benjamin.
Knowing that it's fraudulent.
I emailed you my verbiage if you want to share it amongst yourselves.
Cool.
Now, can you email me, just between you and me, your genuine thinking on Marilyn Manson, and yes or no?
I don't know yet. I mean, that's my genuine thinking. I think that there's
your body language guy tore her to pieces.
Oh, yeah. But there's big problems with a lot of these claims, but I'm not sure where to go on Manson in the sense that I think I stated it pretty fairly that he has very shitty taste in women, but I do think that some things occurred, but I don't know if they were consensual and somebody changed their mind later. That's a very distinct possibility. There's a whole thing of the R word is not regret, or regret is not R. You've heard that before, right?
Yeah.
And I think there's some of that. And I do think with Evan Rachel Wood, I'll just speak on that I'm feeling like there's a distinct possibility that Evan Rachel Wood is moving her way into being an A-lister. And much the same way as, let's just say, a daughter has sex with the bad boy in the neighborhood, and she gets caught. She says it was R, because she got caught, and she doesn't want her reputation besmirched. Now, come on, being with Marilyn Manson isn't going to necessarily help you on the Better Homes and Garden front of A-list personalities. So I feel like it may be a little bit of revisionist history on her part.
I think what's unusual about that, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
I thought what was unusual about that is she's appealing to, I would assume, people in the entertainment industry. And I did 2 videos recently about Marilyn Manson's homes. And one of the main reasons I did it was to show, because, you know, I've been in and around the entertainment industry as well. And the simple fact of the matter is these people are entertainers. And the idea that Marilyn Manson, how he is on stage, that he gets off and he's, you know, I don't know, like Ozzy Osbourne or Alice Cooper, you know, that they're biting off bats' heads and chicken heads. No, these are very smart men, very, very smart men. And they're entertainers, just like the guys from Kiss. I mean, Gene Simmons and Paul Stanley are very smart men. Gene Simmons was an English teacher, for crying out loud.
Well, he was also born in Israel. He's a teetotaler. I mean, I don't think he's ever. He might have drank alcohol at one point, but he's never done the drugs. I mean, he's like the opposite of your vision. He's like a Ted Nugent.
Well,
that's why they kicked out Ace Frehley and Peter Criss, because those guys were like real rock and roll dudes. And Paul Stanley and Gene Simmons are like, no, this is an act. We don't get involved in that. So their personalities were polar opposite. And I know nothing about Marilyn Manson, nothing except his homes. And I just wanted to show, and I don't know which.
Did you find the R room?
I didn't yet.
The bad girls room? It's actually a studio. So look around for it. There's a small studio. I think it's his apartment. But try to find interior footage. But there's a studio that I think was originally a sauna. Built for somebody. I've got some inside sources with Manson now.
I was going to ask, since I'm the house guy, that's probably a pretty good thing for me to cover.
Sure.
You know, that sort of thing. You know, so that way it's sort of neutral. You know, in a way. I mean, I'm on the Marilyn Manson kind of storyline, but at the same time, I'm staying with the Scott Cardinal theme of that if you want to learn about the house or whatever it is, this is where this supposed room was. But I guess I just wanted to point out, whoever played Ronald McDonald in all the commercials didn't go home to McDonald land afterward.
No.
You know, you're an entertainer. You do what you do. Alice Cooper is famously normal.
Well, no, actually, he's a little bit obsessed with golf.
Yeah, exactly. And when you see who he played, and
he's also a Republican, by the way. He's like an old blue blood style Republican golf player. I mean, it's like in your mind, he's Rodney Dangerfield on the court. It's weird.
Yeah.
Or Leslie Nielsen.
And when you hear about the people he played golf with, you're like, what? you're with who?
Trump used to play golf with Bill Clinton.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Oh, well,
golf is the great neutralizer. But so I think that's fascinating. We'll see how that goes. But Eric, the locals thing might work out to me. So next week, if you and I want to touch base, and if you can financially benefit or benefit in some way from me joining, then I'm more happy
I could put you with them. I know a rep there, and I put people with them, and then and then they work it out depending. Look at the audience, everything else, and I'm always happy to.
You said one thing I'm going to touch on. It's interesting actually that you raised it, because this is something I heard and read quite a bit about when it was done. Have you watched Westworld?
Yes, the first season, but kind of got bored.
After the first season, Evan Rachel Wood demanded no further nudity in her contracts.
I can see
because she said that the nudity was undermining her progression up the celebrity lists.
I could see that, and I don't think that's uncommon. And what's funny though is her nudity was nothing compared to, was it Tandy?
No, the other girl,
who was very hot, but anyway, she's not unattractive
by the other ones,
the other ones like walking around, boom, but that was kind of a principle of it, that they were not human. I mean, they were just mannequins who had
the
a
reason
soul.
That I brought it up is that it kind of shows, like you said, if she's cleaning up her image.
I think that's
goes way back.
Something. Yeah, I could see that. A combination of that, and then Ilma Gore having a very interesting influence on her too. I don't know, but there's. I don't know. What was it? Somebody just posted. There's, people dedicated to going after him. Somebody posted, 81 complaints. So I'm like, okay, do I have to go through? I got to go through 81 people there.
Wow.
Well, it's a subject that'll never end, I guess. And it's hard. It's very hard.
Yeah. You know what's interesting? Jordan Peterson, I saw a video recently where he was talking about these cultural trends and how it was, I don't remember how long ago it was, maybe it was 5-10 years ago, where suddenly these teenage girls started cutting themselves. And nobody had ever heard of cutting before. Who the hell ever heard of that? But then all of a sudden, as it was in the news, all of a sudden, it puts this idea in people's minds, oh, yes, I'm going to cut myself as well. And so it makes you wonder sometimes if maybe that's something like that's going on, sort of like the Me Too thing or a cultural thing. Like, I've been raped or I've been
like
this,
suicide
been
clusters.
That. Yeah.
Where
exactly right.
they deliberately don't publicize. Obviously, celebrities, it comes out, but if a normal person offs themselves or whatever term YouTube,
analyze, whatever. Yep.
If they take themselves out, they stop publishing because what is happening is there would be clusters and it would just boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, a whole bunch of people would do that. And I can see a lot of these. That's one of my big arguments about the mass shooters is stop putting their name out. I actually think, and it's a rare time, but I want to memory hole them. I want your reward for a mass shooting to be memory hold, to be wiped from all records, to be the irrelevant incel that nobody cares about. That name, which we will never address again. You've been erased. You are nothing. You are nobody.
Yeah,
and I think that's
entirely appropriate. Yeah.
Well, it's you're worse. You're less than nobody because you're tarnished.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
even
your name
people
isn't
that do
tied
remember
with
you
it.
is exactly.
It's interesting because someone was mentioning in the chat about a questionnaire that was sent around. Now, I'm going to be talking with Hayden about this privately later, but somebody that we know that knows someone else, and this is at this point, it's just a friend of a friend stuff, but they were contacted in like a question form. Did this ever happen? Did this ever happen? Like not just Me Too, but actually soliciting Me Too.
Oh yeah, well Elma Gore was doing that with the other women, and a couple people came forward who said, "Yeah, no, I was with Marilyn Manson, and it was completely consensual and quite fun."
Yeah, but apparently this girl, when she was approached and said no, they began pressuring her to. It wasn't like they didn't give her ideas of what to say. They said, "Are you sure? Can you think of anything? Is there anything you're missing? Have you double checked your memory? Blah, blah, blah. Would you consider hypnosis for things you might have forgotten?" And I'm sitting there thinking, what is this? Like it does, and it's coming out more and more that this actually did happen en masse. It doesn't feel right. Like,
what is weighted lit? Right. Sorry to jump in. What's weighted lit? Dickie in the chat. What is weighted lit on what you're saying right now? I don't know. I've just seen it go by. I've never heard the term before.
There's a lot of weighted literature. So biased literature.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Which way?
Oh, actually, when I say weighted, I mean it should be supported. So it's academically supported. Or Dickie, you're gonna have to specify. Are we talking bias? Or are we talking academic support? Because it can mean both things.
Yeah, I was just confused. I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. So when Rekieta runs out of that unbreaded thing, because you think he'll read the Unabomber's manifesto?
Okay, hey, pitch time. I've had Jim Fitzgerald on twice or 3 times. I can't remember anymore. And he is the guy who helped catch the dude.
Really?
Yep.
Did you ever read the manifesto? It makes a lot of sense.
Well, actually, Jim Fitzgerald wrote one time. I have not, but Jim Fitzgerald wrote it. It was kind of hilarious. He said he was a brilliant person, had a lot of great ideas, and just happened to like to bomb people.
Yeah.
Except for the little bombing part. It's like Ted Kaczynski was a genius, and his genius, his perfection with language is why he got caught.
Yeah, well, apparently Ricardo was saying tonight when they were reading it, he said that originally when
Divinity's
he put out his original stuff, his dissertations and stuff, it was all very clean and looked the part, and people loved it. And then all of a sudden, he basically releases this manifesto, which is almost the exact same document, but with lots of bingers. People were like, "Oh my god, this is horrific!" And they're like, "Well, wait a minute, it's the same shit."
Except his manifesto was 100% grammatically perfect, and that's why he got caught. It is hilarious, and Divinity is right. he got caught because he used the phrase, "You can't eat your cake and have it too," which is something we don't say. But the original quote was that quote. It was so perfect that he actually used the original quote, which made him stand out against everybody else. And he wrote that not only in the manifesto, but in a letter to an editor complaining about something. And
so is that not a common phrase over there?
No, you can't have your cake and eat it too, is what we say.
Yeah, is that not a common phrase?
No, you can't have your cake and eat it too is very common. But you can't eat your cake and have it too.
Oh, the other way round.
Right, but that was the original. It makes sense. If it actually makes more sense too, if you think about it.
Yeah.
You can't eat your cake and still have it. You ate it, right? Yeah. Well, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Well, why can't I? I have a cake and now I go eat it.
Yeah.
So it is a weird thing where we've changed it over time with the language, but he quoted the original source, sort of like. If I say, "Oh, that's my favorite quote," it's not a quote; it's a quotation. Yeah. But nobody says quotation. That's well, I sometimes do, and then I feel like a nerd. But that's my favorite quotation from fill in the blank.
Pardon me, Eric, but if it was on Biden's teleprompter, it would be quote, "Have your cake and eat it too." Unquote. Read that line again. Have your cake and eat it too. Have cakes, eating cakes. Cakes are wonderful. Birthday cake, lawyer cake.
Hunter?
Yeah.
Keep
Hunter
a cake,
cake,
to
crack
your head
cake,
for
crack
impact
cake.
with pavement.
Read that line again. Cake for cracker cake. So, end of quote. Read that line again.
President Burgundy.
Well, no, I would say in all fairness with Biden, I think the quote would be, "You can't have your bike and ride it too."
Oh,
that's not nice.
Can't have your teleprompter and read it too. Can't have, Anyway.
Nightmare.
But hey, folks, it's fun.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah,
thanks,
it's
brother.
been really cool, Eric.
Yeah, keep up the great work. Channels are great.
And don't be surprised if now that you've followed, I may or may not try and get some sneak peek spoilers out of you.
I'm sure. Anyway, but and then check out the locals. Like I said, you can follow for free, whatever, and contact me if you want to do it. Again, I'm not getting a fortune. I don't necessarily care, and if it's small, it's not like I'm getting it. I believe in the platform. That's why I use the platform. Sure. It's not a matter of, who am I going to go recruit? So I'm the worst salesperson.
Endorsement.
They have.
Well, I mean, I never thought about it really, to be honest with you, until you mentioned it to Farron, and then it just appeared on my radar because I'm trying to limit my social media presence. I abandoned Facebook because it's a cesspool, but I'm also trying to think of ways to best interact with an audience and just, okay, if I had to offer additional content, where would I do that?
Mm-hmm. So the copyright squirrely stuff or whatever, and then that you can lock it down even more if you say, hey, only paid people get to see it. Then now you've got to pay to harass me. Yeah. That's part of the advantage of the paywall is trolls don't pay in general. In general, I've been proven wrong, and I had somebody so dedicated that he would not only pay, but he'd send PayPals, but he was so aggravating that I just could not comprehend it because I was losing more people than he actually gained.
Yeah. So had you, like I said, had you not mentioned it to Farron, it would not have even been on my radar. I never would even thought about it because I think the name's goofy, and maybe they'll change it.
I agree.
That's where I heard it was Farron.
Yeah,
I agree. And I even forgot to tell Farron. So thank you for reminding me that I'm supposed to tell Farron. Anyway.
Yeah, you're gonna send her a link or something. So okay, well, send it to me at your convenience, and we'll be in touch next week. I sent you a message on Twitter, which I'm sure you'll get to. So all right, guys, I got to go myself. We're getting a fancy new washer and dryer today, and I've got to continue moving stuff out of the way so they don't bump into my cats.
Cool. No, fair enough. Thank you so much, guys. That was a huge surprise. Kiwi, I'm going to kick your ass later, but Eric, thank you so much. Scott, I'm sure we'll chat later. Oh, hello, got a sleeper sticker. Tanya, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. They'll go straight into the pro bono kitty. Yeah, thank you so much, guys.
All right, thanks, guys. Eric, catch up to you later, brother.
Right,
okay,
bye-bye.
Hayden, Bearded Apostle, catch up to you later.
Thank you.
Okay,
Scott.
All right, man. See you guys later.
Oh, excuse me. And yes, for anyone wondering, yes, I am fine. That was water that went down the wrong way. Bloody hell, Scott. Okay, well, look, I'm not going to lie. At this point, I've had Lady Law Patrol threatening to kick my ass as well. Apparently, the daughter's been up 3 times in the last hour. So I am going to do our usual law of the land, and then I'll probably call it a day. But guys, while you're here, as I said, the whole thing with the going on to the Depth Delusion, I had a blast doing that yesterday. I did have to make some minor amendments to it, so I've had to re-upload it. It's in my videos instead of my lives now. So if you've already watched it, if you'd feel free to go and hit the like button again, I'd hugely appreciate it. Just as stuff with the put this towards the Shuey fund. Fair enough, Sergi. I'll keep that in mind. But yeah, all right, hang on. Let me bring up our good old trusty. You know it's not going to work for me now. Stream assets. It's just how it always is for me. Alrighty. Today's laws of the land. Let's have a look. For anyone that's wondering about the actual video with the music to this, I have no idea where the fuck it's disappeared to. I'm going to have to remake it, which is very annoying. I must have deleted it. I must have accidentally deleted it. It's the only thing that I can think of. All right. Random number today. 505. Let's have a look. For anyone that's new here or that's stuck around for Scott and Eric, Laws of the Land is basically my version of Unbreaded. Let's be perfectly honest. That's what inspired it. It's basically being called what Unbreaded would be if Nick wasn't such a shyster lawyer. So it's going through the laws and so laws, legal milestones, and historical bits and pieces as it applies to various countries across the world. So let's have a look. 505. Ooh, all right. We have another picture page. So what do we reckon? 1 up, 1 down?
Down. We went up last time.
Okay. Page 504. That's a bit funny, Twee. I'll give you that. That's not where I was going. I did want to make this my own thing, but I do quite love that. The future of juvenile punishment. Through the later half of the 20th century, America witnessed an increase in violent juvenile crime. The escalation certainly merited concern, but some painted the situation as a full-blown epidemic. In 1995, then Princeton professor John Duilio coined the term super predators and described a new breed of juvenile criminals who had apparently no respect for human life and no sense of the future. His strident theory frightened the public, who looked to lawmakers for protection. A 2011 Department of Justice Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. Holy fuck, they make those nice and long. Like, seriously.
That's what she said.
Report details that by the late 1990s, legislatures in nearly every state of America expanded transfer laws that allowed or required the prosecution of juveniles in adult criminal courts. These transfer laws exposed juveniles to the threat of life imprisonment and the death penalty. Fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
Escalated quickly.
Didn't it just? They went from 0 to 60 in no time. All right. But as new research began to undermine the super predator myth and the doomsday projections about juvenile crime, a society backlash followed. States began to turn away from trying juveniles as adults, and many, including Connecticut, Massachusetts, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, introduced legislation raising the maximum age of juvenile court jurisdiction. Even Duilio himself acknowledged having an epiphany. In a 2001 New York Times article, he conceded that his super predator theory had been discredited. Then, from 2005 to 2012, the Supreme Court handed down 3 milestone decisions that reflected society's change of heart in relation to juvenile sentencing. In Roper v. Simmons, 2005, could be Simons, apologies, the court held that imposing the death penalty on juveniles constituted cruel and unusual punishment. Interesting. Building on Roper, the court went further in Graham v. Florida in 2010 and Miller v. Alabama in 2012. declaring it unconstitutional to sentence juveniles to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In each opinion, the court relied on psychological studies that proved juveniles lacked the maturity to understand fully the consequences of their actions. Duilio now takes part in efforts to help misguided youths, and in light of these three decisions, the juvenile sentencing paradigm for the 21st century has shifted from punishment and retribution to rehabilitation. That is today's laws of the land. What do we think about that one? Having
Brutal.
kids tried as, that just goes far and beyond. It's just like,
I'm just amazed that Divinity actually knew what I meant by bird messages.
By what? What the fuck were you saying in chat while I was reading?
I may or may not have been organising you another special guest for a future stream. You do know now that it's a thing. I'm gonna keep doing this to you.
Yeah, look, that's fine, but that does mean that I'm actually going to make myself a little bit more prepared. Maybe have some generic questions that I can ask people. I felt like a dick.
I am going to invite them in when you have no idea they're coming, because you as a stunned mullet.
Dude, you've got to stop doing that to me. I honestly, that was absolutely amazing having Eric here, but I felt like an absolute dick. And imagine if clients saw that. They're going to look at him and go, well, fuck, what if the opposing counsel pulls something out?
My lawyer's human too.
That is not how people look at lawyers. We are either demons or we're soulless creatures. They expect very high standards of us.
Mate, do you know what our stream is?
True.
I think between us, they've nicknamed us Coffin Wheeze.
Oh, what?
Was it Giggle and Wheeze or Giggle and Spit? Something like that.
Could be worse. At least they're not Giggle and Hoot. Getting to major cities with a launching point for harsh laws. Yeah, I can kind of understand that. Make a great audio clip of law. I like them loud and long. At least I think that's what it is. You don't even remember your own freaking Twitter handle?
No.
Yes, Divinity does have Twitter. Okay, I will forward you the details if that makes it easier for you. Okay. I'm new to the whole pigeon mail bird message thing. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, pigeon mail. Like they say in the movie Moana.
Oh, Vegan Line. I like that better.
Your name using a bird, it's called tweeting.
I actually really like that better, guys. I'm not going to lie. Rather than it being breaded, it's the pretzel. I like that. I really do. Because I'm looking at the knots of all the intricacies of the law. Now I just sound like a nerd. Fuck it.
Well,
never mind.
What you could do.
The definition of rehabilitation should be examined too. Yes, absolutely. Look, you guys heard me rant and rave about fucking Adrian Pusey.
You're missing the most obvious title. You always make me shut up and kick me backstage. Why don't you just call it Unbearded?
Unbearded?
Because you get rid of me every time you fucking do it.
Well, I didn't this time, did I? You played good, so I left you in the. Let's face it, I think you probably earned it this time too. Holy fuck! I can't believe you did that.
Welcome. He's an awesome dude. Like, I have watched so many of his videos, and then half the time you and I are sitting there arguing, and it's like you pretend they're your thoughts, but I know where they're coming from. I know whose videos you've been watching because I've watched them too.
I do my own research and I do come to my own thoughts and decisions. Thank you very much.
So when I go and watch his videos, he's been listening and he's copied it over there, or just total coincidence?
Kim says, I think the original thought, if a child is already predisposed to sociopathy, oh, fuck it, I don't know how to pronounce that, that can possibly lead them into serializing, then they need to be trying to preempt future murders. Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that. Phil, no warning ever. Fuck you, Phil. Oh, Lady Dingo was off. Apologies that I missed that 3 minutes ago. See it. I don't really get arbitrarily trying juveniles as adults. No, fair enough. Susie says, glad you humour, by the way. Thank you.
EW. That's awesome.
Oh, jeez. Hang on. I better get that before I... Thank you so much for the super sticker, EW. Straight into the pro bono, kitty. Very much appreciate that. That is huge. I don't know if SG is still in the chat, actually. SG, if you're still here, I'm guessing you're probably asleep by now, given that's 4 a.m. But I will send you a message on Facebook as well. Where was I? Shui Fund, I think I've gone too far back now because I hit the other super chat. We've got bad news for you. We know you're not a soulless or a phallic demon.
What?
I wouldn't have minded being called a phallic demon. Soulless demon, on the other hand.
Better than being called a demonic phallus.
Demonic juggernaut.
Bitch. Get the quote right. If you get a quote the movie, get it right.
Well, I consider someone an adult when it comes to...
If you're not on Discord already...
Oh, yeah, get the fuck over there, people.
Then you can pester Hayden 24 hours a day.
Well, I consider someone an adult when it comes to punishment, but nothing else. Yeah, and look, and see, that's my issue as well. See, I do think that the entire justice system in terms of punishment and rehabilitation needs to be reworked. There is significant evidence to show that brains are still developing up until 25, that kids... I mean, look, with the food we're pumping into ourselves, we know that hormones and brain development and all that sort of shit is going to change. I mean, my daughter is crazy. I mean, when I say crazy, oh, fuck, I hope no one quotes that. She's intelligent. I was going to say she's crazy smart. That's what I was going to say. She is already doing things with her phone. It is technically my spare work phone, but she watches it for YouTube videos and things like that. But like, she skips the ads. She finds the videos that she wants to watch on YouTube Kids, all that sort of thing. And she, you know,
you're getting the disbelieving eyes in chat.
And I feel like that has to be so. Look, either she's had a major combination of both my and Lady Law Patrol's genius intellects, or it comes down to the brain development and all the food that we've been pumping into her, the Pediasure, the.
So I taught my kids to chew.
She still eats. God, she put away 2 packets of noodles.
I mean,
tonight.
You just said you were pumping it in.
Oh, smart ass.
It's like, come here, suck the hose.
Like Homer when he's in hospital. Send up exactly. 2 turkeys.
That's what I was thinking of. The scene where he's just like shoving the food.
Kripke says, today I feel like an Indian spammer bot. Kripke, you keep it up. I'm going to have to put you on the payroll, dude. Seriously, what the fuck? Or call it Pretzel Twisted.
No, he can't be
an Untwisted
spammer bot. I can read his messages.
True. What do we think of Untwisted? Or Untwisted Pretzel?
De-twanged?
Nah.
What about
Twisted. I like that.
What about unbarbed?
Unbarbed? No, that's too close to unbreaded.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like it's going to piss Nick off. But I have already picked the next book that I'll be going to after we get through all of the legal milestones. And it's called The Fabulous Fables by O. And they're basically stories based on legal... There were legal stories that were put in newspapers to entertain lawyers, basically. But they're entertaining little anecdotes, jokes, judges making fun of themselves, all that sort of stuff. And that thing, the book I actually got as a wedding present from my former boss. And I've read through it. Some of the stuff in there is absolutely hilarious. And some of it is so poignant and applicable even today that it is amazing. I'm actually starting to think I probably should have started with that as opposed to the other book. The recidivism rates are too high in actual adults to consider rehabilitation as viable. Yeah, no, I'm inclined to agree with you, Dickie. Sorry about using the technical jargon there, but it has to be understood to understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Dickie, I don't know if you've seen it, but if you go back and look at my video on, oh God, how do I pronounce his name? Gaga Gouligis, the guy that drove the car through Burke Street in Melbourne. I went through his entire sentence. You'll hear me rant and rave about the need
I believe you'll find his name is pronounced Dickhead McGeefuck.
That could work. Kim nailed it. Pretzels are twisted, burnt, and salty. We all know what is salty, lol. The look on the face was priceless. I am going to get you back for that. I really am. Dickie, isn't the argument that actual rehabilitation will reduce recidivism? No, look, not necessarily, because for rehabilitation to work, the right rehabilitation programs need to be in place. And unfortunately, that is very subjective and individual and unique to each guilty party. There are people out there that, irrespective of whatever rehabilitation you put them through, they will still be a recidivist. They will still go out and commit the crime just as much as they had previously.
It's well over 30%.
Yeah. In minors as adults can go, on the other hand, just recidivism, and in minors as adults can, on the other hand, justify rehabilitation. Yeah, I mean, look, if you get to them early enough, obviously. I do like this. Salty bread, pretzels. Yeah, but nothing tried is actually demonstrated to be effective in adults. Yeah, unfortunately. The diversion programs and so on with kids, on the other hand, has. Again, I agree with you on that. I do. In terms of diversion programs, I do think diversion programs should end at 18. The diversion programs that I have seen people between the age of 18 and 21 go into, I'm sorry, but they haven't been effective. Seems that normalizing violence is linked to a rising crime. No, I don't think that that's accurate either, honestly. And that's something that I can easily do a massive deep dive on as well. Because we're talking about societal change in values. I think that there might be a slight disconnect between generations. I think that might be what the cause is. There are certain things that are passed on between generation and generation that I don't think has been passed on in the last two generations. And I do think that is respect for people who earn your respect, not necessarily just respect for your elders, but people need to be acting in a manner in which they deserve respect. And I think that that is the other thing that's been lost in translation. People just expect to be respected when in fact they need to actually act in a manner in which they deserve it. Vicky says, dang, 17 hours ahead. Yeah, what are we? 4:20 a.m. here. So Kiwi, you'd be almost 6:30 in the morning, wouldn't you?
Shut up.
Bill Barr brought in pre-crime law, looked at the psychological health of everyone to predetermine if they were possible mass shooters. He put it under health and psychology. Okay, interesting. See, the other thing is that I have issues where you're looking at someone that may potentially commit a crime, and you wind up in the whole Minority Report sort of circumstances where you're punishing people before they've even committed crimes, and I think that is not... I don't think that will ever be appropriate, honestly. Whilst I would love to be able to say, yes, we can stop someone from committing a murder before it happens.
Keep going.
If they still have free will right up until the point that they say pull the trigger, bring down the knife, whatever, they still have the choice to stop. And until they've actually stained their soul with that particular crime...
Keep going.
No, this isn't about you. I'm collating my thoughts. Just shut the fuck up anyway. But yeah.
You know my job. I'm here to keep you from getting too in depth or you'll just upset yourself.
Do you look at countries like Norway for examples of less punitive forms of incarceration and the results produced in their society? Yeah. And I mean, look, I can think of at least one other society where being in a less stringent incarceration has resulted in massive returns. Okay? Lady Dingo says, it's 4 a.m. Sunday and I'm going hiking this morning with some friends. Peace all. Holy shit, Lady Dingo. Good luck to you. I mean, don't get me wrong. In a few hours, I've got to deal with a 4-year-old, so it's going to be interesting too. But still, going hiking, fuck, wish I had half that energy.
As soon as I get off this, I'm going to start cleaning my office. There's a pigsty in here.
Highly smart, yep. First issue it plays is that track mistrack method. Okay. Have a great day. No, it's okay to say under 25 years equals crazy.
Kim, one of the best things for cleaning grout and tile is baking soda, vinegar, and toothpaste.
Two bases and an acid, but wouldn't you get a better result with a slightly higher pH? Was it higher or lower for acids?
Well,
I think it's
no,
lower.
you start with the baking soda and the vinegar to remove the blemish, and then the toothpaste polishes.
Okay.
Because it's ever so slightly abrasive.
Yeah, Tweety, I don't really want to think about that.
It's designed to polish teeth. And porcelain is as close as you get to teeth.
What will Hayden say if his daughter says to him, "You have to drive me to my meeting"? I don't know, Kripke, and I don't really want to think about it.
I'd be wanting to know what kind of meeting she's having it for.
My brain isn't working right today, so may grab problems. No, Dickie, you're doing fine, mate. Don't stress. Incarceration can help change bad behavior. It helped me stop being a stupid teenager. The only people in jail is people who want to get out. The midnight rain when I got out was heaven.
And no, toothpaste is not a suitable filling material for walls. It's as bad as a hole we found in a window. We found this hole. We were fixing the house. We scraped back all the paint. We were like, what is this strange depression? We removed the plaster of Paris, and behind it, as a backing material, we found pies.
Pies?
Yep. Big Ben steak and cheese pies. Still in their plastic wrappers.
You got to give them points for ingenuity. To answer your question, Vegan Line, no, it's the Forensic Fables by O. Different O. Trust me, very different O. Rehabilitation is unfortunately a money-making industry. Yeah, and that really happens when the prison systems are privatized as well. They have a financial interest in having people stay in there. It also has to be considered as to who owns the prison system and who operates it. The government in the US paid in advance for sell whether or not they file or not. They're filmed or not. Yeah, okay, there you go. Susie, stop with the pancakes, Lola. I'm so hungry right now. Nom nom nom. Me want cookie.
Cookie.
It is called dinner conversation, end of day gathering. Okay. True fact. Told my son, respect is earned. I'm not asking you to respect teachers, adults. I'm mandating you be courteous. That's exactly it. It doesn't matter if you... how do I put this right? Treat everyone as you would wish to be treated is one of the most key tenets that I can think of in terms of manners. P's and Q's will get you everywhere. And the simple fact of the matter is, if you have watched Kingsman, you'll know exactly what I'm about to say now. Manners maketh man. And it's as true now as it was when it was first written. And the simple fact of the matter is, someone says it to you, get the fuck out of the room. I'm waiting on my cereal milk to finish to try it out. Reminds me of Fruity Pebbles. Interesting. Parents psychologically torturing their kids seems to have increased since the 1950s.
Hayden.
What?
Look in private chat.
There's nothing there.
Yes, there is.
Now there is. You're a monster. Mum speaking. Do not make me put you two in opposite corners of different rooms while I clean the tile grout with a toothbrush. I will do it. Don't play coy, Hayden wants to sell the society. I can't even fucking remember what I said.
I'm tired of always being asked to buy Cookie Monster toys. Those fucking things are expensive.
Tell me about it. And you know what? It's not even Scarlett that's saying it, that asked me for him. It's Lady Law Patrol. She loves him. I could walk out of this room right now and come back with 5 different Cookie Monster stuffed toys, all of different sizes and
well,
points.
Then might I suggest the next time you want to seduce her, glue chocolate chip cookies all over your body.
Oh, you're right. I'll probably be sitting there just eating the cookies. Hey, Dal, bring me a glass of milk, will you?
Yeah, she'll come home. She'll have seen it on the stream, and she'll come home and she'll see a chocolate cookie wrapper on the bench, and she'll go, "Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing." She'll get all excited, and she'll come in, and you'll just be lying there covered in crumbs.
As for the pre-crime legislation, it's exactly what they're doing in data collections in US schools. They are analyzing the data to predetermine behavior, determining which drugs they need. Oh, fuck. Do I need to bring up the tinfoil hat thing?
I wasn't being creepy. I was being discreet.
Okay, I'm sending you in with the toothbrush and water. Keep scrubbing. Whoosh!
Now comes imagining you covered in chocolate cookies.
Oh fuck!
For me, apparently.
Hayden's too slow in reading all chat. That comment was for the phone that your daughter got from you. Ah, okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Cookie coma.
Yeah, probably. Found newspaper in the hole in my wall after I moved the plaster. Driving charge. I thought Luke Duke driving General Lee. The cops who arrested me were not fans of the show. Oh. And short order says clip. Fuck. Accountability conscience often doesn't develop until one is 25 years old. Abusive upbringing delays its development. Kiwi is being creepy presently. Why? Kiwi, explain yourself.
It was when I told you to look in private chat.
Oh.
I've been discreet.
That was quite the face. I cannot unhear that. Damn it. Super Clues Choco Cookies on Hayden for Kiwi. I said Norway was an example of a less punitive justice system, and you said yeah, and I can think of another society where less stringent incarcerations had the opposite result. No, not the opposite result. They had where less stringent incarceration had the exact. They had the same result, where it has resulted in individuals turning into well-adjusted. I say well-adjusted. Fine gentlemen who I am happy to call associates. Short order cook is correct about that being done. Law will be passed out on a bed naked in a cookie. Not aware of anything being codified yet. Super glue. Ugh. So way back in the farming days, were criminal levels as high? Were criminal levels as high? Look, I'm gonna admit that does seem to be a bit of the thing as well. It's that old adage, idle hands are the devil's plaything. I think there are a lot of people that have too much free time on their hands. They're not doing anything to benefit society, but at the same time, they are getting into mischief. Let's call it that way. So, yeah. Just as being studied, they also mandated data collection at birth for some reason. But it came off to me in bad faith attempt to downplay my argument by introducing about whataboutism. Oh, yeah, no. Oh, God, no, CG. No, absolutely not. I was being coy because I didn't want to talk about certain individuals' past without getting their permission first. But it's already 4:30 in the morning, so I don't actually really give a fuck. But it came off to yeah. Cookie crumbs in bed are bad. Yes, they are, and they hurt, particularly if you sleep without a shirt on. Tough on the back. Yep. Agree. Idle hands and all that stuff. That's why I grow plants. Lol keeps me out of trouble. You are much more likely to have offed someone at those times. Yeah, well. Oh. All right, guys. It is literally about to tick over 4:30. No idea what the fuck that is, short order. I'll have a look at it. Phil, crumbs get in odd spots. Not that I know from experience. Cough. Kim, lol, locations. We need locations. Dude, use your imagination. Crumbs get in all the same places that sand does. TV musical games are also normalizing crime, but less decades ago. Memorandum of the... Oh, okay. Yep. Might be too focused on Asia with what I said. Fair enough. You two need bed. Yep. It used to be legal for heads to just off you. And Kim says laughs. All right. It's just ticked over 4:30. I'm going to head to bed, guys. So I want to thank everybody that's been here. It's been very much high and low on this stream. I'm still going to work out how to pay Kiwi back for doing that. That was absolutely amazing. But I'm going to take us out with something that I am horrified to have to share with you people. Super glue the cookies on Kiwi, then he can love himself.
Who said I need cookies?
That was Kim. Oh, you mean
No,
who
that's
said
it.
you need cookies? Gotcha. Sorry.
The only time you need cookies for that is if you're agreeing to the terms and conditions on the porn site.
Whenever it actually decides to load. Bring it down to 144 pp. What's that? This is the article heading, with little fanfare, William Barr formally announces Orwellian pre-crime program. Jesus. You know what? Screw it. You've already seen Kiwis. I'll be fair. Na 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 na. Hey Jude. If I close the other tabs, it should give me some breathing room as well. You're gonna get copyright struck. Be careful humming that tune. Fair enough. Oh, come on. Not that difficult. Working hard to make a living, bringing shelter from this rain. A father's son left to carry on, blue denim in his veins. Oh, he's a working class man. Well, he's a steel town disciple. He's a legend of his kind, running like a cyclone across the wild Midwestern sky. Oh, he's a working class man. He believes in God and Elvis. He gets out when he can. He did his time in Vietnam, still mad at Uncle Sam. Simple man with a heart of gold in a complicated land. Oh, he's a working class man. Well, he loves a little woman. Someday he'll make his wife, saving all the over overtime for the one love of his life. He ain't worried about tomorrow because he's just made up his mind. Life too short for burning bridges and taking one day at a time. Oh, he's a working class man. Oh, he's a working class man. Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. Working class man. Oh, yeah. I tell you, he's a working class man. Working class man. Yes, he is. A working class man. I tell you, he's a working class man. Working class. I tell you, he's a working class man. Get paid in full.
There you go. Llama sang it with you.
And I will specify, not 2 seconds after I finished singing that, my phone lights up. I will pay you to stop singing. From my wife.
My wife didn't offer to pay me. She didn't come and join me. She just closed the door.
Oh, and look, that's actually not how I actually do sing that song. Cookie, to be honest, I do go deeper and louder. Simple fact of the matter is, 4-year-old was asleep, so I kind of had to be careful.
So trust me, when the child's not around, he goes deeper and louder.
Rock on.
They might even say that's how she came to exist.
Oh, you son of a... Tonight's entertainment brought to you by Headbanging Chickens. Thank you so much for that, Kim. Please make a soundbite of that wounded dog yelping you did. I forgot the sound. The na 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 na. I was going, yeah. I realized halfway through that's why it changed.
Susie Q's dancing in Discord.
Better than antidepressants. I'm very happy to have felt beautifully inappropriate. This is what happens when you listen to the radio and no one can hear it. No, I'm well aware. And that is generally what I look like in the car when I'm driving back from my regional office. Because the only way that I can survive those trips is if I've got music blaring in my ears. Do I have permission to clip this if I ever make a channel? Yes. That's specific to you, CG, though. Oh, that's fucking harsh, Crippy. I'll give you a 1 out of 10, but it was funny as hell. Well, that's just it. And I was trying to make Kiwi feel better because for anyone that hasn't gone and watched Scott's video from yesterday, Kiwi and a bunch of the people from chat, as well as Scott, and I chimed in at one point, were singing Hey June. And Kiwi felt really bad that was the video that was going to make him go viral. So
I've never heard I've heard the song, but it's slow and it's so fucking long. Once you get into it, you just feel like, this never ends. It's like getting into a relationship with Amber Heard. The longer you're in there, the more painful it becomes.
Karaoke at its finest. No, look, not quite. I do a sizzling rendition of oh fuck, what's the name from Armageddon? Don't want to miss a thing. Laughter the best medicine. Thanks so much. You're very welcome, Susie. I think everyone should clip it and place it on their channel. Get it to go viral. I really hope they don't.
Way to go, short order. Simon Kripke Cowell.
All right. I legitimately am going to go get some sleep because I have been seeing myself degrade over the last hour. As always, people, stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. Shut up. Stay healthy, wealthy, and wise. And we'll catch you on the flip side. See you, Llama Bean.